So the day, the B final for the women's four is going pretty much level at the moment. They're only 100 or so meters into the race. Poland up there at 43 strokes a minute. Veronika Kazimierczak in the stroke seat now, starting to think about striding down, going to 41, nearly at 40. France is still at 40. Adele Brosser holding the rhythm in that boat, and they are absolutely matched stroke for stroke at the front here, coming up through 200 meters. I think Poland might be just starting to edge ahead ever so gradually. They're slightly slower at bringing down the race rhythm into their race pace, but it's working for them. They're starting to nose ahead ever so gradually ahead of France.
Začenja se polsko-francoski obračun v finalu B ženskih četvercev. Poljakinje so trenutno prevzele pobudo, ampak Francozinje so še vedno blizu tukaj na začetku. Marsikaj pa se bo seveda dogajalo tekom proge, pa predlagam, da kar preverimo, kako je zdajle.
Well, this looks like it's going to be quite a tight race, even for just two boats. We so often see two-boat races getting quite spread out, but this one, there really is nothing to split them at the moment. It's perhaps a canvas as we come up towards 500 meters in. Poland still at 39 strokes a minute, and we've got France at 37. So we'll see how they settle into this race now that they're going to enter that second 500. And all to play for here with regards to winning a B final means you get 7th place in the championship rankings. So we'll see how they settle in here. The women's four for France. New combination. They were Adele Brosser and Emma Cornelis, the only two remaining from the World Championships last year, now joined by Uday and Rovira Scaramozzino. And then the Polish boat, they were 11th at the World Championships last year. So regardless of what happens, they'll leave here with a better number than they did at the World Champs last year. But they're coming up through 700 meters now. And I introduced you to Camilla and Brian previously when we looked behind the scenes. These guys are out there comfortably sitting on the side of the course. So we're going to say good morning, Camilla. How are things looking as this race approaches you? It's certainly looking tight.
Certainly looking very tight. And you said very comfortably sitting. It does hit a little bit different when you're sitting on a beautiful speedboat that we've managed to obtain today for commentary, which is amazing. We're out here at the 1,000-meter marker watching these two crews really fight it out here in the second 500 meters. France have made such a concerted effort to push back at Poland's initial jump out of the start. On paper, well, you'd expect Poland quicker both through the heat and through the repêchages. It was 2 seconds the advantage to Poland in the repêchage, but France certainly not making it look like that in this B final. As you've already mentioned, France, Emma Cornelius and Adele Brosser in this French crew. They're returning from 7th place in the European Championships last year in Munich. So a win in this B final would see them maintain that place within the European rankings. They're through 1,000 meters now, and it's half a canvas to Poland. And France just really starting to surge, actually, as we approach the third 500 meters, and I think this is where it really makes or breaks a crew, especially in a head-to-head. It's so intense, and both crews looking really clean. And we know all too well that if you can keep your head, keep your game through this third 500 meters, it certainly sets you up really well for the sprint. So it's still head-to-head. France pushing back somewhat. They keep sort of teasing the Polish crew as to whether they might row through. Poland being put under all the pressure here as we run through what is, as I say, a very tough part of the race in a head-on-head where it starts to hurt that little bit in the legs, in the lungs, and Poland will certainly be feeling more pressure being chased from behind by France. But as it stands at the moment, still the results through the heats and the repêchages looking unchallenged. Poland out in front, but really not by much here, Richie.
Yeah, there was just 2 seconds between these crews in the repêchage, with Poland getting the upper hand over the French crew in that repêchage race. It's going to form again here. The Polish crew rating 37. They're just about half a length, I'd say, up on the French crew. But coming through 500, this is the critical part. We saw many crews going for the line that bit early over the last few days, and we're looking to see now if the French crew can respond to the slight lead that the Polish crew have opened up. As Pete said earlier on, 11th overall in the World Championships last year for the Polish crew, and this new combination from France looking to get some racing under their belts and some experience at this senior international level. It's still half a length. They've gone through the 500 now, just half a length from the high rating poles, holding on to it here, rowing very nicely. The French crew down at 35, so if they are to put on a push, that rate and the power in the water will need to come on now. They'll need to change a gear here before they get into that run into the 250-metre mark. They'll be coming into view for you, Pete. A great way to start the racing here today with ideal conditions on Lake Bled, and the poles doing what they did in the repechage, but it could be a sprint finish from the French team, just taking it up to 38 now to come back and try challenge for the win in the final B of the women's fours.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to discount France, as you say. I mean, they're starting to close that margin on Poland, and now they've got Rivera Scaramozzina, who was 8th at the Olympics in Tokyo in the double, a powerhouse put into the middle of this four, joined by the up-and-coming, recently under 23, Agatha Uday in the 2 seat. They're starting to close in rapidly on this Poland lead. We could have a race all the way to the line. Both boats at 39.
Kakšen izenačen dvoboj poljske in pa francoske posadke. Lepa napoved tudi za vse naše preostale današnje boje tukaj na Blejskem jezeru. Poljakinje večino proge v prednosti, ampak Francozinje se ne dajo in pospešujejo tudi v teh zadnjih metrih. Ali jim bo uspelo v teh zadnjih metrih prehiteti Poljakinje?
Well, this is how we want to start the day's racing. There's nothing to separate these two coming up to the line. I think Poland are just going to hold on to it by about 3/4 of a canvas over the line. So great performance from Poland. They did lead from the start, but I must say France's push towards the end there really was quite formidable, and just the sort of thing you'd hope to see considering the athletes in that French boat. Poland therefore win the B final for the women's four, taking 7th place in the European Rowing Championships. There we have it. We're underway with the B final for the women's quadruple sculls. We've got Poland in lane 1, Norway in 2, Romania in lane 3, France in 4, and the Czech Republic in lane 5.
V B-finalu ženskih dvojnih četvercev precej bolj pisana družba držav, in sicer imamo 5 posadk v boju za čim boljše mesto, torej za tisto najbolj čislano 7. mesto v tem B-finalu, najvišje mesto, ki je možno v tej konkurenci. Poljska na progi 1, na progi 2 Norveška, na progi 3 je Romunija, na progi 4 Francija in na progi 5 Češka.
Well, they're coming up through 200 metres at the moment. Not much separating the front of the field here. Poland just ever so slightly ahead, but it's trading places almost on the surge of the stroke. Poland at 38. We've got France at 40. Now trying to move up in to take the lead. Very, very little separating these two at the front of the field in this B final. So as we've heard, an A final contests places 1 through 6 in the championship rankings. That's, of course, where the medals are to be won. A B final contests places 7 through 12. A C final places 13 through 18, and so on through the letters. In this B final then, France now starting to push and try to break away from Poland. Not managing to leave Romania behind at all, though. A strong combination here, stroked by Patricia Chirez, supported by Cristina Druga, Andrada Maria Morosanu, and Ioana Madildana Morosanu. So it's always an impressive performance we can expect from the Romanians. So I wonder whether they're just building into the rhythm of this race. They're going through 500 now. They're just over a second down on that tussle for first between France and Poland. Norway not out of it yet. They're a length behind the leaders. Straight there by Jenny Marie Rorvik, supported by Thea Helseth, Inge Seim, Kavli, and Maya Emilie Lund. Another group of highly experienced athletes here now finding themselves in the newly formed Norwegian women's quad. They're a length down. They could well get back into contest here, but out in front, France still leading, coming through 7:50. So we're going to catch up with Camilla to see how this develops through the 1,000. It's quite tight at the front here, Camilla.
Yeah, quite tight at the front indeed. And as we saw in that previous race, France certainly have a final sprint in them. They've clearly been utilising the winter training to gear up for the race in the final 500. So France lead the way at the moment. Romania sit in second position, very close indeed between these two. And they're just coming into view of me here at the 1,000 metres. I'd say it's about a canvas separating these two quads, with France currently leading. But the Romanians, again, talking of fast finishes, we know certainly that they can ratchet up the rating when it's required of them. They're down at a rather conservative 36 strokes a minute at the moment, which is lower than I'd expect for any Romanian crew across the board, but it's working for them as they're bows really starting to lift now through the 1,000, and they've closed that half a canvas now down to more like, oh gosh, a few centimetres. They're starting to line up to the opposite number in the French crew, and I'm sure in the bow seat, Ioana Madalina Morasan of Romania, who's inspired to take up rowing by the world and Olympic champion Ancuta Bodnar, will be starting to feel the French crew alongside them, just out of the corner of her eye in the bow seat. And indeed, that little lift that they did through the 1,000 has paid off pretty considerably as they move into the lead for the first time in this B final of the women's quadruple sculls to try and take home that 7th place European ranking. Back from those leading two crews of Romania and France, it's then the Norwegians that sit in third, but they go head to head with Poland over on the far side. Now, based on the times from the repêchages, we'd expect the Norwegians to take it away here for third place, but it's still Poland with overlap as they come into the final 600 metres and in sight of Ritchie.
Thanks, Camilla. Yeah, really unusual to see a Romanian crew rating just 35 strokes per minute, but they've got great power in the water, and I'd say they have another gear or two to change in the last quarter of this race as they come up to the last 500 metres, leading it out here ahead of the crew from France. They have moved from 5th place. The Romanian crew coming through 500 now, as I said, just leading it out from France. France, the early leaders, trying to recover now. Norway pushing on as well, so they've pulled through Poland in the last couple of 100 metres and are advancing on, so Poland might come up and challenge the French crew here. And then back to the Polish crew in 4th place. Just had an update there. The bow of the Czech boat has had an issue with the blades, so they're out. You'll see the Czech crew some distance behind in the background there, but no doubt about the leaders here. Romania, they've timed it well in the last 500 metres, just changing gear and still rating 36, so I'd say there's plenty left in the tank for the Romanian crew. They were the fastest out of all the crews here in the repêchage race, so definitely going to form, and we've just seen them move and advance into the lead over the last 500 metres. The French crew would now want to put on a push and start winding for the line. They're up at 39, but the Norwegian crew rating 40, so the Norwegian crew are going now, and they're trying to rein in the lead that is there that the French have opened up for that second spot, but looking good so far for Romania. They're in control of this race in the second half. The French crew now trying to hold off the challenge of the fast finishing Norwegians coming in. They're taking the poles with them as well, and Pete, just coming into view now, can the Norwegians get past that French crew?
Jolly good question there, Richie. It's going to be tough for them to do so, but what a race from Romania. I did say that they were going to build into this pace, and they were third at the 500, second at the 1,000, leading by 1,500, over a length ahead. An amazing performance from them in this B final for the women's quads.
Ni dvoma o zmagovalkah B finale, to bodo Romunke, v zadju pa dvoboj za drugo mesto med francosko in pa norveško posadko. Nekaj smole za Češko, ki so imele težave s samimi vesli.
So Romania take the win, and then we had Norway a canvas ahead of France for second and third. Fourth then is to Poland in this B final for the women's quads. Czech Republic, I believe the bow, Marketa Nedilova, had a broken blade, so that's why they're somewhat off the pace and just coming to the last 400 metres or so. I think they've accepted the fact that that has knocked them to the back of the B final, and we'll see them, I'm sure, later on this summer.
Torej imamo prve tri v B-finalu ženskih dvojnih četvercev. Prva Romunija, druga Norveška in tretja Francija. Torej, kot sem že prej začela, nekaj težav so imele Čehinje s samimi vesli, ampak bodo tudi zdaj počasi prišle proti cilju. Tako da, ja, mi pa gremo naprej.
Well, folks, this is one of the hardest ways to drop out of a championship race. So let's hear it, folks. For the Czech Republic, Nedalova, Zavadlivova, Podrazilova and Paskova just coming to the last few meters here. Hard way to drop out of the championships, but they've had a great competition here in Bled nonetheless.
Dajmo nekaj spodbude za nesrečne Čehinje, ki so imele takole težave s samo opremo. Dajmo en velik aplavz tudi za njihovo borbo. Žal se ni išlo za kaj višje mesto zaradi pač tehničnih težav, ampak kljub vsemu čestitke za tale nastop.
The next race is already shooting its way down the course. It's the B final for the men's quads up next. We've got Croatia in lane 1, Switzerland in 2, Norway in 3, Germany in 4 and Lithuania in lane 5.
Poglejmo, kateri čovni pa so v finalu B moških dvojnih četvercev. Na progi 1 hrvaška posadka, na progi 2 švicarska, na progi 3 je norveška, na progi 4 nemška posadka in na progi 5 Litva.
Well, they're coming through 400 meters in already, and out in front it's Norway. They were 10th at Rachitse last year, so they were in the B final last year. They're looking to get top of the B final now, which would move them up to 7th, at least in Europe. Flanked either side, though, by the fast-moving Swiss and the fast-moving Germans. Switzerland were 3rd in Zagreb last month or earlier in the month, and they certainly look to be doing well at the moment, stroked by Marin Lange. In the strokes heat, holding them at 39. Germany stroked by Tim Olinaska, our favourite German athlete from Hamburg. He's been in the single for an awfully long time. He's back in the boat now. It's good to see him returning to rowing, and he's stroking this German quad exceptionally, coming up through 600. And not too far astern from them, we have Lithuania's relatively new combination here with Jančonis in the stroke seat. Mindaugas Griškonis, who we nearly always see in the single for Lithuania, has been replaced by Dovydas Nemerovičius in the single. So Griškonis finds himself here, the powerhouse in the 3 seat of the Lithuanian quad. So they're going up through 700. Norway trying to establish this lead. Camilla, it looks like they're about half a length ahead of the currently level Switzerland and Germany.
Yeah, great race on our hands here in the B final of the men's quadruple sculls. And like you say, the Norwegians here, 10th at the World Championships last year, looking to better that position here on the European stage. But they're not going to have it easy. They've got some real quality surrounding them. The Swiss just to their right. You've already mentioned Marin Lange. He raced in the pair last season with Plock, who sits in the 2 seat of this Swiss combination. And over just to their left, you've already mentioned Germany with Tim Olinaska having come back from a break to set the rhythm here for Germany. And the stern pair joining Max Appel, who of course contested this boat class in Tokyo. But they go through level with Switzerland for second, behind Norway by about half a length, and then in turn half a length back to Lithuania. And this new combination still very much with the leading group in this B final. And just Croatia, that a young crew here, an average age of just 21 in this boat in lane 1 for Croatia, and they've got a few lengths of clear water separating themselves from the race for the top places, but plenty of time for these under 23s that are stepping up to develop their senior careers. Still Norway leading the way by just half a length over this insane battle between Switzerland and Germany, and that will certainly be coming to a head through the sprinting stages in front of Richie.
Yeah, these crews will see the enclosure area over to their left-hand side. They can get some encouragement. There's quite a lot of crews just on the way up to the start for the warm-up, warm-down, and they're cheering on the crews here as they come through the 500-metre mark. Norway doing all the running in the first half of the race, and they've taken with them the crews either side, Switzerland and Germany, who are neck and neck, and just every few strokes it had changed in the earlier part of this race, but it does look like the Germans are now trying to establish themselves.
Oh, almost lost all my paperwork.
The Germans are now, you can see there, coming through to take second pass, and they're just a canvas. Actually, it's just a canvas now between the crew from Norway. The Germans having a really solid 200 meters there to come up and really challenge the crew there, and the Lithuanians as well now putting on a charge, going with the Germans and putting a bit of pressure on the Swiss crew as well. Just as Camilla was saying, the only crew at the moment, the young under 23 Croatian crew in lane one. A little off the pace here, but great international experience for them, and I'm sure we'll see great things for them in the future. But up at the lead of this race, it is the Norwegian crew still pushing on, but they're not having it their own way now as they come down to the last 250 meters. The German crew really moving here now, one of the fastest boats out on the water, taking the rate up into the 40s. You can hear the cowbells there for the Swiss crew coming in as well, under pressure now, all to play for coming into the line. And Pete, this is going to be a sprint finish between all four crews for the placings.
Yeah, I'm loving this. Here comes Germany, though. They're up at 41. Tim Olinaska takes them up another pip, supported by Max Appel, Maurice Wolf and Anton Finger. They're nearly drawing level with Norway at the front of the field here. Is there going to be a response from Norway to try and fend it off? Lithuania have overlapped too. A really fast sprint from them. They're up at 42.
Ja, kakšna dirka, potem ko so večino proge vodili Norvežani, pa je njihova zmaga zdaj le saj malček ogrožena strani Nemčije, ki tamle tudi pospešujejo. Ali bodo Norvežani uspeli zmagati? Tako je.
Not much changing in the end over the line. Norway take the win ahead of Germany. And then it was quite close in the end between Lithuania and Switzerland. I think the Swiss heard those cowbells and surged up. They did cross the line, I believe, in fourth behind Lithuania. And then we have Croatia coming in for fifth. So we'll see those results confirmed on the big screen here. That was, of course, the B final for the men's quads. Well, the next race is coming down the course. It's the B final for the lightweight women's double sculls. We've got Denmark's Mathilde Persson and Marie Mork Pedersen in lane one. Federica Cesarini and Silvia Crosio for Italy in lane two. Marion and Johanna Reichardt, twins from Germany, in lane three. Lara Tiefenthaler and Luisa Altenhuber for Austria in four. And Natalia Miguel Gomez and Rocio Lau Sanchez for Spain in lane five.
Na progo so se podale zdaj le finalistke B med lahkimi ženskimi dvojnimi dvojci. Na progi 1 veslata Danki, na progi 2 Italijanki, na progi 3 Nemki, na progi 4 Avstrijki in na progi 5 Španki.
Coming up through 200, then nothing to choose between Italy and Spain at the front here. Pretty much level. The Spaniards up at 40 strokes a minute. Lau Sanchez just holding that rating a little bit higher than the Italians. It's rare that you say that anybody's holding a higher rating than the Italians, who usually go out like the clappers and hold it for the whole 2K course. That's not what we're seeing here, though. The world champion from Racice last year in the lightweight women's quad, Silvia Crosio, holding a steady rhythm, dropping it to 36, and she's got quite a formidable athlete in the bow seat with her, the Olympic champion from the lightweight women's double, Federica Cesarini. So surprised to find them in the B final here. They're now pushing up again to try and draw level with Spain. It's pretty much on the surge of the stroke, but the Italians underrating the Spaniards by a couple of pips. Who's in third, you ask? Well, that's the Austrians, Altenhuber and Tiefenthaler, but only by perhaps half a canvas on Denmark's Persson and Mork Pedersen as we approach 500 metres in. Italy and Spain still absolutely neck and neck as they stride down to 35 and 36 as they approach the start of this middle 1,000, which is, as we were hearing from Camilla, the bouncier section of the course, which is so deceptive because you look out and it looks absolutely flat and calm, but clearly there is a little bit of a current or a swirl that just makes it a bit bouncy and therefore that much tougher to make sure that the blades get in properly covered for the drive phase of each stroke. Italy now starting to push out and take a little bit of a lead over Spain as we come up towards 700 metres in. It's only half a canvas, if that. So not an insurmountable challenge should Spain decide that in their race strategy they want to do something through this middle 1,000. But they're coming up towards sight of Camilla. Now, Camilla, make sure you're holding onto your papers nice and firmly. We wouldn't want to hear those disappearing off into the water.
Yes, there is a tiny breeze that keeps catching, and almost lost all of my paperwork out here on the boat, but saved it just in time. Now, I can see, obviously, from the paperwork that sat in front of me, you've mentioned the Olympic champion, Federica Cesarini, in the bow seat of the Italian crew, and they're leading out herself and Silvia Crosio, but only just by a whisker, because it's still really tight here, as you'd expect in these lightweight finals at the front of the field, with both Spain and Austria within I'd say even a third of a length perhaps of the Italians. And as they move through, they've got about 10 strokes to go until they hit that 1,000-meter timing marker. And the Italians, quite low rating here. They're at 34 strokes a minute, perhaps just taking the time to get the movements right. You know, we've already said unexpected to see them here in the B final, and using that lower rating just to go through the motions and execute a race like it would be in training. But look at this race behind the Italians. As I say, they've extended that third of a length to half a length now, Italy, at that lower rating. But you could throw a blanket over the rest of these crews. Austria and Spain toe to toe here. Laura Tiefenthaler and Luisa Altenhuber, the silver medalists from World Cup 1 in Zagreb, are going at it with Spain for second place as it stands at the moment. And I suspect that race for second will push them ever closer to the Italians and challenge them to perhaps up that rating a little bit. But Germany also within touch. They've got overlap on that race for second. The Reichardt twins, we saw them warming up this morning on our way to the course, jogging to the boating area. And here they are racing this B final of the lightweight women's double sculls, running in fourth. Then over on the far side, we can't forget about Denmark running in fifth. They've got about a length or so to close the gap on Germany, but I suspect this will all start to come to a head and close in around Italy, Richie, with this race between Austria and Spain.
Yeah, those crews might push each other on to try get back in contention with the low-rating Italians. Very unusual to see them down at 34 strokes per minute, coming through with 600 metres to go. The chasing pack being led at the moment by the crew from Austria, just ahead of Spain in third place, and then the Germans in fifth. Denmark off the pace a little bit back. There's clear water between them and the leaders coming through the 500-metre mark. The Italians, they've led from the start. They've taken with them, as we were saying, the Spanish crew, but it looks like now it's Austria that are moving into the second place coming through. It's just about a canvas, the Italians have a lead over Austria, and then Austria to Spain, it's just half a length then back to Germany. So very little between them, and it's great to see. We saw it in a lot of the races that we were looking at in the double sculls, the smaller boats, really exciting races and very close races throughout the racing that we have seen in the repechage, in the heats earlier on as well. But definitely we can see now the Italians pushing on here. They're still rating 35 and holding on to the lead just from the crews then. It is Austria in second place, and the Germans now putting on a surge, coming up to 38 strokes per minute. The Germans looking to move and challenge back in with the Austrians and the Spanish. And coming into view now, the last few hundred metres in final B of the lightweight women's double scull. It is a really exciting finish here. The Italians, they finally started to take the rate up. They're at 36, 37 strokes per minute. The Germans up at 40. Austria, Spain, all up in the 40s now. The charge is on for the line. Can the Italians hold off the challenge that is coming from Germany, Austria and Spain?
Yeah, I tell you what, Richie, here comes Austria. 41 strokes a minute. Altenhuber, Tiefenthaler doing everything to try and move up through Italy. The Italians still at 36, 37. Crosio and Cesarini, world and Olympic champion in that boat. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do in this last 100 meters, because here come Austria.
Ja, Italijanki sta vajeni višjih mest. Cesarinijeva, olimpijska prvakinja, Krosijeva lani v dvojnem četvercu svetovna prvakinja, ampak zdaj le pa Avstrijki, drugi v Zagrebu.
Well, Italy just hold on to it, a canvas ahead of Austria, and then third place is Spain. Fourth, we have in the centre lane there Germany, and then fifth place Denmark. It was a close one and a really impressive push from Tiefenthaler and Altenhuber of Austria, but I think the impressive finish from the Italians, only going over at 37, 38 strokes a minute towards the line, while the rest were up at 42. Shows the strength in that Italian boat. Silvia Crosio and Federica Cesarini taking the win in this B final for the lightweight women's doubles.
Ja, izjemno napeta dirka je bila tole v finalu B lahkih ženskih dvojnih dvojcev. Lahko bi rekli, da smo imeli kar dve posadki, ki sta sicer že okusili slast zmagovalnega odra. Torej, že prej sem govorila o Italijankah, ki sta na koncu vendarle uspeli ubraniti prednost in tole sedmo mesto je nekakšen majhen obliž na rano, torej izpad iz boja za medalje na Evropskem prvenstvu. Avstrijki tudi zelo blizu, zgolj 77 stotink sekunde sta zaostali za vodilno italijansko posadko v tem finalu B, sicer Avstrijki drugi na svetovnem pokalu v Zagrebu.
Well, the last B final of the morning is already coming down the course. It's the B final for the lightweight men's double sculls. We've got Christian Hagemann and Alexander Modest for Denmark in lane 1. Daniel Galetza and Jerzy Kowalski for Poland in lane 2. Gaetano Hotopombo and Denis Caraquedo Ferrero for Spain in lane 3. Lars Benske and Askiel Tjørn for Norway in 4. Paul Leerkamp and Jonathan Rommelmann for Germany in 5. And Afonso Duarte Costa and Dinis Duarte Costa for Portugal in lane 6.
Še zadnji B finale v današnjem sporedu, to so pa lahki moški dvojni dvojci in v tem B finalu nastopajo na progi 1 Danska, na progi 2 Poljska, na progi 3 Španija, na progi 4 Norveška, na progi 5 Nemčija in na progi 6 Portugalska.
Well, it's a close one here, going through 400 meters. Poland and Germany and Spain pretty much level, and maybe only half a length up on Denmark, pushing towards 500 meters in. So very, very little to split these boats at the front of this B final. The last one of our morning, this one for the lightweight men's doubles. So we're going to catch up with Camilla as they pass through 500. Looks like a good start here, Camilla, for Poland.
Yeah, great start for Poland, but certainly no race was ever just won in the first 500 metres, so they'll have to continue to stride out into the remaining 3/4 of the course. They're down at 36 strokes a minute. They're in fact the lowest rating boat on the course in this first 500 metres, yet still taking that lead and getting the boat speed, so it's working really, really well for them. In second place, a much higher rating Spain crew, rate 38, chasing fighting for the lead there. The combination of Hortopombo and Caracedo Ferrero there, just really going after it through the second 500. And in fact, that higher rating has snatched them the lead just as I was speaking there in those last few strokes. So they currently lead Poland now, who have slipped back into second. Germany also vying for this lead. I can't forget about the Germans, Jonathan Rommelmann and Paul Leerkamp for Germany, coming back to try and work their way through the rankings to return to the glory days of Tokyo, where they, of course, got that amazing silver medal behind Ireland. Jonathan Rommelmann, part of that crew. And now the medical student stroking this crew to a lead in this B final of the lightweight men's double sculls, but really not by much. And I feel like it's the same story over and over again with these lightweight crews. We get some of the closest racing, and even for placings 7 through 12, this is going to be some difficult. It's going to take some sort of difficulty to split them. The Germans must be leading, as they've just come past me at 1,000 by a matter of centimetres. It really is a bow ball that they've got over Spain, who are sort of still keeping eyes on Poland. Poland's lower rating not working for them so well through these centre stages. They're at 36 strokes a minute in comparison to Spain's 37, who ride in second, and it's 38 from the Germans. So certainly the higher rating paying off a little bit through the middle part of this course, but it's just whether they can maintain it. Of course, you don't want to burn all that oil too early and have nothing left for the remaining sprint. And we've got some really great sprinters here out on the course. We certainly know Spain, historically great at the final 500 metres. We've got Portugal on the outside as well. They're currently in 5th alongside Norway in 6th. But as they move through towards the final 500 metres, can the Germans hang on to this one, Richie?
Oh, it's going to be so exciting. We've seen in the previous lightweight double speed final just how close these boats do get into the last quarter. The Germans doing all the running here up at 38 strokes per minute, but the Spanish crew have taken the lead once or twice when they put pushes on, and it'll be great to see what they have left in the tank coming into the last quarter of this race. Taking them with them, it is the crew from Poland as well. They were the early leaders coming off the start and into the first 500. They've been moved back into third place, for very much staying in contention here as we watch the crews just come through those red marker buoys. The Spanish crew have now moved into the lead. It's the Spanish crew who have pulled through just in the last few strokes there. They're taking the lead from the crew then from Germany back in second place, and the Polish back in third. And it's the Poles and the Germans battling it out now for second and third in this last quarter of the race. A really nice 500 there from the Spanish crew to move into the lead. Rating 38, so they still probably have a little bit left. The Norwegians, the highest rank rating crew, but they're further back the course and not in contention here for the leading places. Spain just in that last 200 coming through 500, moving into the lead now, 39 strokes per minute, and they in second place is the Polish crew. So the German crew doing so well up to the 500 meter mark. They've now moved back in the field, and it is the Spanish and the Polish crews doing all of the running here coming in towards the enclosure and the finish line. Lots of encouragement we can hear from the grandstand as we watch the Spanish crew continue to move on here ahead of the Polish crew. The last few 100 meters for them, Pete. I think it's the Spanish. What a great 500 for them.
Yeah, I tell you what, Poland looked like they were going to close in on Spain. They had the better boat speed for about 100 meters there, but Spain have responded. They're up at 41 and are pulling away again. So a great race for this B final of the lightweight men's doubles.
Ja, Poljaki so dobro začeli, pa zdaj poskušajo dobro zaključiti, ampak Španca se ne data. Španca pospešujeta in bosta tudi prva skozi cilj.
Well, here we go. Spain are going to take the win, a length ahead of Poland. It's close then for third place. Germany cling on to it, a matter of centimetres ahead of Norway. And then fifth place goes to Portugal, and coming in for sixth place, Denmark. So that's places 7 through 12 in the European Rowing Championship rankings for the lightweight men's doubles.
Ja, če je bilo bolj ko ne jasno, kdo bo zmagovalec tega finala B, torej Španca sta zmagovalca, pa je bila v ozadju tudi borba med nemško in pa norveško posadko. Norvežani so sploh v teh zadnjih metrih prestavili v najvišjo prestavo in se uvrstili na tretje mesto v tem B finalu.
You might be surprised by the graphic we're seeing here. The actual finish order was that Spain won that B final ahead of Poland. Poland were second, Germany were third, Norway fourth, Portugal fifth, and Denmark in sixth. I'm sure the graphic will catch up shortly, but it was in fact Spain that won the B final, Poland second, Germany third, Norway fourth, Portugal fifth, and Denmark sixth.
Ja, torej nekaj zmede pri sami grafiki. Zmagovalci, torej Španci, na drugem mestu Poljaki, potem pa Nemci, le 17 stotink pred Norvežani, ki so le kakšen meter je zmanjkal za tretje mesto, torej v tem B-finalu.
Next race has just started. We're into the first of several AB semi-finals now. This one, the first one for the men's pair. Dovydas Stankunas and Domantas Stankunas, twins from Lithuania in lane one. Frederik Vistavel and Joachim Sutton for Denmark in two. Marius Kosmiuk and Sergiu Bejan for Romania in lane three. Oliver Wynne-Griffith and Tom George for Great Britain in lane four. David Comini and Giovanni Codato for Italy in five. And Florian Ludwig and Armand Vista for France in lane six.
Z B-finali smo opravili v današnjem dopoldnevu, zdaj pa gre zares v boju tudi za naprej, za uvrstitev med najboljših šest. Namreč na sporedu je prvi polfinale AB in sicer so to moški dvojci s 6 posadkami. Na progi 1 je Litva, na progi 2 Danska, na progi 3 Romunija, na progi 4 Velika Britanija, na progi 5 Italija in na progi 6 Francija.
Well, coming up through 400 metres, Great Britain now starting to push out to the lead. They weren't the fastest off the blocks. France were fastest through the first 100, but Great Britain now starting to seize the advantage at the front of the field here. It's going to be interesting to see how this race develops because the world champions are right alongside them. Romania, that's Kosmiuk and Bejan. And we know that Wynne-Griffith and George were bronze medalists at the World Championships. So we'll see how these two in the centre lane duke it out as they approach this second 500-metre segment of the 2K course and who's going to make the best of it for a place through to the AB semi-final, through to the A final from this AB semi-final. 3 places into the A final up for grabs. So we're going to focus our attention on that dividing line between third and fourth. Currently tied for third, we have Denmark and France. Nothing really separating them at this moment, so it could well be race on for that third place behind Great Britain and Romania into the A final. Coming up through 700 metres in a moment, so we're going to jump straight to it and see how this develops with Camilla.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, I've been just keeping an eye on the stroke ratings here in this first 750 metres. It's Great Britain that leads the way in this AB semi-final of the men's pair, but they're right down at 36 strokes a minute, and all the crews around them, 39, 40 strokes a minute coming from the Italians. I guess no surprises there. But GB just, 3 or 4 pips lower, yet leading out this field in this first AB semi-final. George and Wynne-Griffith for Great Britain there, leading out the world champions from last year and the European champions in Kosmiuk and Bejan. And those two, of course, were the, as I say, European and world champions in this combination. So we'll expect some fireworks from them in the second half of this course. Top 3 to go through into the A final, and I think you'd look to, on paper, the Olympic bronze medalists in Freddie Vistavel and Joachim Sutton, and they have indeed managed to wrestle their way into that third spot and out of the grasps of Lithuania, Italy and France. But it's still not over yet. The Italians have seen the 1,000-metre marker and made a really, really decisive move. It was heads down from Comini and Codato. They've looked across the lake to see that they've now drawn level with Lithuania, and it's like they've thrown out that fishing rod to reel in Denmark and try and get themselves into a qualifying position. It's certainly a story of 2 races here. Great Britain and Romania out at the front of the field, still having a bit of a ding-dong as they approach 750 metres to go. Great Britain hanging on with their fingernails, but the Romanians at 39 strokes a minute are about to take the lead in this race for the first time through this third quarter. Italy still going after Denmark, but that progress that they made at the 1,000 now just dwindling away as they slip back into fourth. Denmark showing their class and quality into the final part of this race. And Richie, how's the battle for first shaping up near you?
Yeah, the Romanians now just being passed out by the GB crew in the last few strokes. Romanians had been leading there just in the last 100, but GB now moving up. They've taken the rate up to 37, 38 strokes per minute and have just moved on again. It's great. These two crews, I think, are pushing each other on. They will, of course, have qualified through the heats with just one race. The other crews in this race going through the repechage, so they've another race under their belts. But no doubt about it, the two leading it out, Romania and GB, the lead changing a number of times, but it's about half a length now, GB coming through the 500 metres. They've half a length on the Romanians. Then it's Clearwater back, and the crew going very nicely at the moment, I would say, it's the Lithuanian crew, who are now coming up to challenge Denmark. They've had a really solid 500. The Stankunas twins, nearest to me and furthest from the grandstand, they are pushing on here now and putting a lot of pressure on Denmark, and they will see what the Danish crew can respond with. But it's the Lithuanian crew now coming up and taking that third qualifying spot. So great race for the for Dovydas and Domatas Stankunas from Lithuania to push on to third place. We're watching now again GB push on again, opening up more of a lead. They're still rating lower, 38 strokes per minute compared to the 42 strokes per minute for Romania. What an amazing strike rate that they have coming in towards the finish here. They're the 1 and 2, but Pete, really impressive from the Lithuanian twins, coming back and passing through Denmark in the last couple of 100 metres, and they look good for that third spot.
Yeah, what a performance from them. 23 years of age. They're just at 40 strokes a minute. They were 5th through the 500, 4th through the 1,000, 4th through the 1,500, and they've moved up into third in that crucial place into the A final. So a great race from them. Out at the front of the field, George and Wing Griffith still down there at 38 strokes a minute and holding out on the fast-moving Romanians who've got to 45.
Ja, Britanca se želita vsaj v temle polfinalu malce oddolžiti Romunoma za lanski poraz v finalu, torej lani srebrna, medtem ko sta Romuna prvaka, aktualna evropska, no in tokrat zmagovalca Britanca.
Great Britain take the win, half a length ahead of Romania. Third place held on to comfortably by Lithuania. So those three go through to the A final. 2 and a bit lengths behind them, we find Denmark for 4th. 5th goes to Italy. And then 6th goes to France. So we'll see those three progress to the B final.
V A finale so se torej uvrstili Britanca, pa Romuna in pa pridružila sta se jim še Litvanca.
There we have it. We're underway with the second AB semi-final for the men's pair. We're going to find out who's joining Great Britain, Romania and Lithuania in the A final. Lining up here, we've got Victor Habel and Michal Szpakowski for Poland in lane 1. Jaime Canalejo Pazos and Javier Garcia Ordonez for Spain in lane 2. Roman Roersli and Andrin Gulic for Switzerland in lane 3. Martin Mačkovic and Milos Vasic for Serbia in 4. Abi Wiersma and Guillaume Kromenhoek for the Netherlands in 5. And Patrick Lončarić and Anton Lončarić, twins from Croatia, in lane 6.
Takole začenjamo še z drugo polfinalno skupino moških dvojcev. Poljaka sta na progi 1, na progi 2 Španca, na progi 3 sta Švicarja, proga 4 posadka Srbije, na progi 5 Nizozemska in pa na progi 6 še Hrvaška, posadka bratov Lončarić.
300 metres in, and Croatia had the early lead, but here comes Switzerland. They're at 40 strokes a minute, Croatia at 41, but Switzerland now making the better of the boat speed at that rating and pulling up and moving through Croatia now to take the advantage. So a very, very fast start from the Lončarić twins, but it's now Switzerland's Roersli and Gulic that are moving out to the front of the field and already pushing up to a canvas lead over the rest of the pack. First three go through to the A final, being an AB semi-final, of course. So we'll be keeping our eye on where that dividing line between third and fourth starts to split out. Tough to pick at the moment because there's four crews all within half a length of each other. Only really Serbia and Poland dropping off the back of the pack. Surprising, because Serbia are quite a formidable crew here. They were fourth at the World Championships last year. So Mačković and Vasic, we may see a resurgence from them through the middle segment of this race. They're not out of it yet, but perhaps half a length down on the contest for the front of the field. Switzerland a canvas up on Spain. So Spain starting to put in a bit of a push now. 39 strokes a minute, and that's Canalejo Pazos and Garcia Ordonez. They were silver medalists at the Zagreb World Cup just a couple of weeks ago, so they will want to be in that A final and contesting for the medals in this category for men's pairs. 750 metres in. Let's jump straight to it with Camilla.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, it's going to be tight to call between who will be joining Great Britain, Romania and Lithuania into that A final, which is where the athletes can compete for the medals and for that European champion title that they're all after here this weekend in Bled. Now, the Swiss crew, they came together at the first World Cup in Zagreb and made a great start to this boat combination. Roersli and Gulic were just on fire, picking up a gold medal in Croatia, and certainly could set the cat amongst the pigeons in what could be described as a fairly competitive event already. They lead out Spain by, oh gosh, just trying to see through the 1,000 metres. I think it's going to be around a canvas here for Switzerland. They've got a really decisive swing, the Swiss combination, that gives them a lot of acceleration through the back part of the drive, and that's giving them a few more centimetres as they pass through halfway ahead of Spain. Spain, of course, not disappointing us. We'd expect a high rating from them. They're up at 39 strokes a minute, and that's keeping them ahead of yet another crew that are well renowned for their sprint, the Serbians, and Pete already mentioned them from the tower. Don't write them off yet. We certainly will expect a final potential from Mačković and Vasic, and they're holding true to that at the moment. They sit in third place ahead of the Netherlands. It's then Poland and Croatia, the Lončarićes, that trail here and look set to face the fate of the B final. But another tick in the box here for Switzerland in this new pairs combination. Certainly the Swiss coaches will be looking on, seeing great potential in this one, Richie.
Absolutely, all eyes on this second semi-final of the men's pairs, just coming up with about 600 metres to go. The Swiss doing all the running here. Through the 1,000 metres, they came in through at 3:15, which is just 1 second more than the GB crew from the previous race. They came through the 1K mark at 3:14. The Swiss crew, the fastest out of all the qualifiers. But of course, we know that once you're in this final later on, it'll be times go out the window when you're racing side by side. But interesting to see just how close the Swiss and GB crew are. Just coming up through 500, it is the Swiss crew leading it out, rating a very solid 37 strokes per minute. They're about half a length over the high rating Spanish pair in second place, up at 39-40 strokes per minute, which is their want. We've seen them race continuously like that, and it works for them. They're pushing on now and coming in to challenge the Swiss crew for the lead. Back then to the Serbian crew, have done well to come back into contention here, moving from sixth place up to third, going through 1,000, and they're currently in third place as well, fending off the challenge that's coming from the Netherlands, Croatia and Poland some way off the pace here. So all to play for coming through. And just looking at the times again, just 1 second separating GB and the Swiss crew coming through the 1500 meters, with the GB crew having the upper hand. So really exciting, looking forward to the final of the men's pairs race later on in the weekend. But no doubt about the leaders here, the Swiss crew. Great to see the Spanish crew up pushing. They have a really solid last 500 meters coming up, and the cowbells are going, encouraging the Swiss crew. But I tell you what, Pete, that is Spanish crew are on the charge here, up at 45 strokes per minute. They might push for the win here.
Yeah, this is impressive stuff. I mean, they're maintaining length as best they can, but at 46 strokes a minute, you're hard pushed to get the boat speed any higher with that kind of rating. You shorten up so much, but it seems to be working. They're drawing up level with Switzerland to the last 100 meters.
Španca imata v svoji zbirki bron iz lanskega evropskega prvenstva in se zdaj le nevarno približujeta s Švicarjem, ampak mislim, da Švicarja ne bosta spustila te zmage iz rok.
Well, Switzerland hold on to it in the end, 3/4 of a length up on Spain, and then third place goes to Serbia. Serbia a full length ahead of the Netherlands across the line. A great push from the Netherlands, but they feel a little bit too strung out for them to be able to contest a place into the A final. Fifth place, then, we have Poland ahead of sixth place Croatia. So we will see Switzerland, Spain and Serbia go through to the A final, joining Great Britain, Romania and Lithuania. The rest in the B final.
Torej, aktualnim evropskim prvakom Romunom in pa viceprvakom Britancem ter seveda Latvijcem, ki sta se, Litovcem, ki sta se uvrstila iz prejšnjega polfinala v veliki finale, so se zdaj pridružili še posadka Švice, Španije in pa Srbije.
Here we go, then we move on to the next category of boats for our semi-final morning. We've got the first AB semi for the men's doubles. We've got Tristan van den Busche and Aaron Andries for Belgium in lane 1. Amandas Kalmelis and Giedrius Biliauskas for Lithuania in 2. Martin and Valent Sinkovic for Croatia in lane 3. Dara Lynch and Philip Doyle for Ireland in 4. Cyril Vysocki Sestakov and Ivan Korsunov for Moldova in lane 5. And Mark Weber and Jonas Gelsen for Germany in lane 6.
Poglejmo, kateri čovni nastopajo v prvi polfinalni skupini AB moških dvojnih dvojcev. Na progi 1 je Belgija, na progi 2 Litva, na progi 3 hrvaška posadka z bratoma Sinkovič, na progi 4 Irska, na progi 5 je Moldavija, na progi 6 pa še Nemčija.
Well, we're coming through 300 or so meters in already, and no great surprise to find the Sinkovic brothers out in front. They're Olympic champions from the men's pair in Tokyo, Olympic champions from the men's double in Rio. A formidable force out at the front of the field here. I think the only surprise they've ever given us was a fourth place finish at the World Championships last year. They're clearly back on form, leading by half a length at the front of this field, ahead of Lithuania, currently riding in second. Now, these boats will be looking to find their race rhythm coming up towards this middle 1,000. We'll see how the splits look through 500. Croatia, not much of an advantage just yet, ahead of Lithuania, currently in second. And then we can see Germany only 0.04 of a second ahead of Moldova for third place in that crucial spot into the A final. So splitting this out is going to be a tough thing to do, and we've got Camilla Hadland-Horrocks at the 1,000, who's best placed to help us do this, because it's really, really tight, and it's always such a hotly contested category, the men's double, Camilla.
It is. It was one of my favourite events in the last Olympiad. I always enjoyed watching the differences at each event. It was so close to call, and we got a great mix-up through last season of medalists and champions. But it looks like this Olympiad running through into Paris will be much the same. The Croatians, though, looking to reassert their superiority in this category after that surprise fourth place finish, as you say, Pete, at last year's World Championships. They're at 36 strokes a minute, leading out this first AB semi-final of the men's double. Martin and Valant picked up that historic 50th international medal on home waters in Zagreb just a few weeks ago. But behind them, the other places into the A final still very much yet to be determined, and getting the best of it at the moment. I think it's actually the Lithuanians, Kalmelis and Biliauskas of Lithuania. They are well, drawing level with Croatia through this second 500, moving extremely well. They've managed to get their bow ball almost up to the canvas of the Croatian crew. I'm sure that won't fluster the Sinkovics too much, but the race for that third place, my word, nothing much to separate at all. Moldova, Ireland, over on the far side, on the tower side, Belgium as well, Van den Busche and Andries. Germany still in this race too, Weber and Gelson, probably about a length separating all 5 crews across the field here for third place. Now, from the results of the previous rounds, you'd expect Ireland to be starting to emerge into one of those qualifying spaces, but as it stands at the moment, they'd be missing out at the mercy of Moldova and Lithuania. But I just heard a small shout there. I'm not sure who that came from, but clearly an opportunity to push here through the third quarter as Ireland now start to move ahead of Moldova. Vysotsi, Sestakov and Korsunov here, a rising talented double scull that performed extremely well at last year's European Championships, but they've just been turned over by Doyle and Lynch, and coming into sight of another Irish colleague of ours, Brian Ritchie Richardson, at 500 metres.
The impartial Brian Ritchie Richardson here, but I will say it's great to see the Irish crew on the charge here. Fastest crew out of the heat, so they were the crew to watch coming into the semi-final here. But they have moved from 6th place into 4th, and they're coming up now to challenge for 3rd and indeed even into 2nd place as they come through 500 metres. No doubt about the leaders, of course, Martin and Valant Sinkovic establishing their dominance here. They've clear water lead over the Lithuanians in 2nd place, high rating Lithuanians up at 38 strokes per minute. The Irish now matching them up and coming through, so very solid 500 metres for Lynch and Doyle of Ireland to come back into contention for the 2nd spot. Looking good at the moment to qualify into the A final along with our leaders Croatia and Lithuania. The Irish now moving into 2nd place ahead of the Lithuanian crew. A little bit further back then to the crews from the Republic of Moldova, Germany and Belgium for 4th, 5th and 6th, with the Belgian crew putting in a very solid 500 as well to move ahead of the crew from Germany and the Republic of Moldova. But all the running being made centre of the course in lane 3. The Sinkovic brothers of Croatia up 37 strokes per minute. They're the fastest boat out on the water there, and the charge that's coming is from the Lithuanian and Irish crews. The Irish crew now have surpassed the Lithuanian crew to move into 2nd place, just a couple of metres separating them and the Croatians. So they look good to qualify here into the final, and finish line in sight, Pete, looking good here for Croatia, Lithuania and Ireland.
Yeah, you'll be pleased with that. We'll get your bandstand singing a song as Ireland move up. They were 6th through the 500, through the 1,000. They were 4th through the 1,500. They were 3rd. They're now nearly contesting the lead alongside the Sinkovic brothers. An amazing performance from Lynch and Doyle.
Ja, brata Sinkovic sta se odločila, da bosta obranila naslov evropskih prvakov in sta na dobri poti. Zdaj le zmagujeta v tem prvem polfinalu, ampak zelo blizu sta bila na koncu tudi Irca.
Well, delight in the Belgian boat. Tristan van den Busche punching the air along with Aaron Andries. They've secured the 3rd spot through to the A final. That means just missing out. Germany over on the far side take 4th ahead of Moldova for 5th, and then 6th place Lithuania. So they'll go through to the B final, but a cracking performance from Croatia, Ireland and Belgium.
Hrvatoma in pa Ircema se bo v finalu iz tega prvega polfinala pridružila še belgijska posadka. Kdo pa bo še v velikem finalu? To bomo izvedeli že čez nekaj minut, ko bomo videli, kako se bo razpletla še druga polfinalna skupina moških dvojnih dvojcev.
Time now to find out who's joining Croatia, Ireland and Belgium in the A final for the men's double sculls. The second AB semi has this moment just started. We've got Florin Arteni and Ciprian Tudosa for Romania in lane 1, Hugo Boucheron and Mathieu Androdias for France in lane 2, Aleix Garcia Pujolar and Rodrigo Conde Romero for Spain in lane 3, Stefan Brunink and Melvin Tvelar for the Netherlands in 4, Luca Rambaldi and Matteo Sartori for Italy in 5, and Alexander Filipovic and Alexander Bejic for Serbia in lane 6.
Druga skupina oziroma drugo polfinale za moške dvojne dvojce bo prava poslastica. Imamo namreč svetovne prvake in pa podprvake v igri. Torej na progi 1 Romunija, na progi 2 svetovna prvaka Francoza, na progi 3 Španca, viceprvaka svetovna in na progi 4 potem Nizozemska, na progi 5 Italijana, na progi 6 pa še Srba.
Well, coming up towards 400 metres in, Spain out in front. A great start from them, leading ahead of the Olympic and world champions, France on one side of them, and on the other side, the powerful combination of Brunink and Tvelar from the Netherlands, who now have been combined into this double. Tvelar was the world silver medalist in the single, so it is a field of amazing calibre out there in this AB semi-final for the men's doubles. Spain out in front, though. They're at 40 strokes a minute, matched by the Dutch. France, the Olympic and world champions, underrating them by a couple of pips. So it'll be interesting to see whether they go up another gear. They're known for having quite a high rate of striking and being able to really build the boat speed using it rather than shortening up. So we're going through 600 metres now. Spain under half a length ahead of Netherlands and France. And just as I say, here come Italy. A great performance from Rambaldi and Sartori, now starting to push up and contest the lead. They're at 39 strokes a minute and really got good boat speed too. So they're pulling up alongside Spain to contest the front of the field. Camilla, it looks like it's going to be race on here.
Yeah, well, we were just saying we were hoping for some great fireworks across this event category, this Olympiad, and certainly won't look to disappoint. And the Dutch were part of that, as you say, part of that amazing sort of set of competitions which saw them take away that silver medal in Tokyo. But the Italians new to this boat class, and a great surprise to see them starting to shift up through the field. And they've now taken the lead. They're up at 39 strokes a minute, matched with the Dutch, who run in third. And then just to their right as well, we've got Spain, like we say, very characteristic of them to still be up at 39 strokes a minute. Those are our 3 A final spots as it stands at the moment. And looking across to France, well, the Olympic champions, Boucheron and Androdias, currently in a non-qualifying position for the A final. That would be a real upset to see them knocked back into the B final. They've got half a length to try and find to get them back in contention with the Dutch and the Spanish. Oh, this is just a wonderful race. We've entered the third 500 now. Italy 3/4 of a length up on a bow ball for bow ball fight between the Netherlands and Spain. I could draw a line across the bow balls there for second. France slipping back there 3/4 of a length back on Spain, but falling. And I'm afraid that unless Boucheron and Androdias can do something remarkable here in the final 750 metres, they're about to lose contact with these leading 3 boats. That would be a real upset. Italy forging the way, a really star-studded performance from them through that middle part of the course, and then just falling off the back, Serbia and Romania. But, well, I think if you're a French fan right now, home games on the card, seeing Androdias and Boucheron out of a qualifying spot for the A final, Richie, my heart would be in my stomach.
Absolutely, that would be a big shock for the system here, but they've a mountain to climb if they're going to do it over the last 600 metres as they come up towards that marker here. It's still the Italians leading it out at 38 strokes per minute ahead of the crew from Netherlands right beside them, and again beside them the Spanish crew. They're the 1, 2 and 3 looking to secure the positions. Going through 1,000 metres, the Italians interestingly were slightly faster than the Sinkovic's, so they're really motoring here as they come through into the last quarter of the race here, and it's going to be an amazing final that we get to later on in the regatta. So the Italians coming through, leading it out here with 500 to go. The Dutch crew right beside them, up at 30. They're matching each other stroke for stroke, so it's half a length from the Italians to the Dutch, half a length bent back to the Spanish crew, who have just a little bit of clear water. But as I say that, the French crew now putting on a big push here to get back into contention, but the high rating Spanish, we know they've got a great finish as well. So all to play for coming down. The crews then from Romania and Serbia just a little out of the action, unlikely to challenge for the 3 qualifying spots, but all to play for here. The Italians still pushing on, taking it up to 38, 39 strokes per minute. The Netherlands now up at 39 and really pushing on. The Netherlands putting pressure on the Italians coming down to the run in towards the finish, and Spain taking the red up into the 40s as well. They're looking to hold off the challenge of the French. The French looking very laboured at the moment, and if anything, they're moving back from the 3 leading crews. Finish line in sight, Pete, and it's going to be interesting who's going to join Croatia, Ireland and Belgium. It looks like at the moment the Italian crew zooming in towards the finish there, but the Netherlands coming back at them stroke by stroke.
I'm speechless here, Richie. I can't believe it. It looks like the Olympic and world champions France are not going to be in the A final as things stand right now. They've got an awful amount of work they've got to do if they want to contest that 3rd place with Spain, and I think they're going to run out of water. Battle at the front, though, the Dutch, an amazing push from them, an amazing push from Bruning and Tveilar pulling through the Italians.
Ja, kakšno presenečenje. Vse kaže, da bosta olimpijska in pa svetovna prvaka, da se bosta obrisala pod nosom za finale A, ampak zato pa toliko bolje kaže ostalim posadkam Italijana, sploh v ospredju.
Well, the Netherlands take the win ahead of Italy. 3rd then goes to Spain. What a performance. And then crossing the line in 4th place, Romania, rowing through France. What a surprise that is. I think that was one of France's strongest medal hopes, now pushing through into the B final, where they'll also be joined by 6th place from this AB semi, Serbia. So the A final looks to be Croatia, Ireland, Belgium, Netherlands, Italy and Spain.
Ja, torej v teh zadnjih metrih zelo močan finiš Nizozemcev, ki sta si priborila zmago, sicer pa večino proge v vodstvu Italijana, obe posadki torej tudi v velikem finalu, kamor romata tudi Španca, torej pridružile se bodo te 3 posadke Belgiji, Hrvaški in pa Irski.
First AB semi-final for the men's single scull is well underway now. We've got Gonzalo Garcia Ferrero for Spain in lane 1, Damir Martin for Croatia in 2, Sverre Nielsen of Denmark in 3, Dovydas Nemirovicius for Lithuania in 4, Christian Vajilev for Bulgaria in 5, and David Mumalo for Italy in lane 6.
Počasi se približujemo tudi današnjemu slovenskemu nastopu. Ob 11:36 bo nastopila Nina Kostanšek v prvi polfinalni, oziroma v drugi polfinalni skupini ženskih enojcev. Mi pa smo zdaj le pri prvi skupini moških enojcev, torej pri prvem polfinalu, kjer so Španija, Hrvaška, Danska, Litva, Bolgarija in pa Italija.
Well, the field quite spread out here, coming through 800. Sverre Nielsen just starting to poke his nose out into the front here, Camilla, trying to contest the lead with Vajilev.
Yeah, Sverre Nielsen back with a bang after the first World Cup, and he continues to build back to former glory. The Dane is leading the way here in this competitive A-B semi-final, and still sitting alongside him, it is Vasilev of Bulgaria, as you say. But really nothing much to choose between all of these single sculls. Nielsen probably with the most comfortable margin across the field. It's about a length he's managed to obtain over Bulgaria's Vasilev. Slotting through the middle there, about half a length back, Dovydas Nemirovicius of Lithuania, currently in 3rd, and he'll just be able to clinch clear water back to the Italian that runs in 4th, Davide Mumalo. And it's Mumalo here that's got the opportunity to try and make that big step across into those top qualifying spots into the A final to run again for the medals tomorrow. And Mumalo takes a big look round. He looks to his right and locks on to the Lithuanian Nemirovicius and sees within sight there if he can really crack through the gears in this next 500 metres. He's at 35 strokes a minute. It's Lithuania up at 37, so underrating the rest of the pack here, the Italian, and certainly he's in the hot seat to try and qualify. Further back, well, Damir Martin, not with his best race here in this AB semi-final. He trails behind Spain, who sits in 5th position. But out at the front of the field, Sverre Nielsen is just absolutely gunning it out in front. He looks really robust out there, mastering what we've heard is quite bouncy water through this middle 1,000 metres, but making it look really easy out here on Lake Bled, Richie.
Yeah, and of course the Danish and Lithuanian scullers having the advantage of qualifying directly through the heats. The other crews coming through the repechage to get into the semi-finals here. But he's leading this one out. Nice rowing from him, sensible 35 strokes per minute in full control. He's centre of the course as well, which means he can look left and right, see the challenges that are going to come if any of the crews take a pick at him. And interestingly enough, the Bulgarian sculler Vasilev is down at 32 strokes per minute. So he's using all of the power in the water. Such a big, strong rower, and you can see that with his lower rate now, he's just looking to get an overlap to try get back into 2nd place, hold off the challenge from the Lithuanian there in 3rd. These 3 crews ahead of the Italian, high-rating Italian up at 37, 38 strokes per minute, going through 500 metres. And you're just watching there the Italian sculler getting into, or sorry, the Spanish sculler getting into a little bit of difficulty coming here in through the 500-metre mark. It looks like he is taking the foot off the gas. He's recovering well, and Damir Martin back in 6th place at the moment. But all up in the front, it is still Sverre Nielsen leading it out for Denmark with a good, comfortable lead now over Lithuania. Has now moved into 2nd place ahead of Bulgaria. So they've changed positions a number of times there, and they're pushing each other on. The Lithuanian sculler up at 37 strokes per minute, just holding off Vasilev Christian of Bulgaria, who unbelievably down at 32 strokes per minute. So maybe he's going to wind up for the line as they come in towards the finish, and we're looking to see who our first qualifiers into the A final of the men's single sculls are. And Pete, coming into view for you there, a show of class here from Sverre Nielsen, leading this one out well ahead of the challenges from Lithuania and Bulgaria.
Yeah, it's so good to see him back on proper form. Sverre Nielsen can be a real force to be reckoned with when he's racing well, and that's exactly what he's showing us now, is that he is out for business in this category for the men's single sculls, and he's going to be in that A final. Tight one though, as we've heard, Nemirovicius and Vajilev, not much to split them for 2nd and 3rd, but here comes Mumalo on the grandstand side, absolutely rocketing, 42 strokes a minute. He could well move through Vasilev.
Ja, kakšna bitka za 3 mesta v veliki finale. In tudi nekaj presenečen, Damir Martin je nekoliko zaostal, čeprav je bilo morda pričakovati, da se vmeša v boj za medalje. Ampak tukaj imamo torej posadke, ki so se uvrstile v veliki finale.
Well, like a perfect echelon formation across the lines, Ferry Nielsen leads the way into the A final to be joined by Nemirovicius of Lithuania and Vajilev of Bulgaria. Mumalo for Italy takes 4th place, leading the way into the B final to be joined by Damir Martin of Croatia crossing the line here for 5th, and Garcia Ferrero of Spain coming in for 6th.
Iz prvega polfinala, torej v veliki finale, Danec, Litvanec in pa Bolgar. Italijana sta se sicer, oziroma Italijan se je sicer boril dobro v teh zadnjih metrih, ampak nažalost malce premalo, da bi se prebil v finale A, tako da bo nastopil v B finalu.
Time to find out now who's joining Nielsen, Nemirovicius and Vajilev in the A final for the men's singles. The second AB semi has just this moment started. We've got Petevari Molnar Bendiguj of Hungary in lane 1, Leonard van Lierop for the Netherlands in 2, Stefanos Tuskos for Greece in lane 3, Oliver Zeitler for Germany in 4, Tim Brace for Belgium in 5 and Nikolaj Pimenov for Serbia in lane 6.
To pa je štartna lista še drugega polfinala moških enojcev. Na progi 1 Mađar, na progi 2 Nizozemec, na progi 3 Grk, na progi 4 Nemec, na progi 5 Belgijec in na progi 6 Srb.
300 metres in now and out in front, Oliver Zeitler leading the way. He's got nearly a length up on the closest competitors who are flanking him on either side. Greece, Belgium, Netherlands and Serbia. Not much to split them. And then perhaps a further half-length back, we've got the Hungarian Petevari Molnar. So it's Zeitler out in front, the world champion from last year. An impressive start for him. He was 7th at the Olympic Games, so that means he won the B final in Tokyo. But he's been on fantastic form over the last year, looking to set himself up clearly for Paris in 2024. He's got a length up on the nearest challenge from Tuskos, who is the Olympic champion from 2021 in Tokyo. And I think he'll just be wanting to keep a steady pace and secure a place into the A final. So we'll see how this pans out. Passing through 500, 139.22 is the split of Zeitler through the 500. And he continues to build that margin. He's got the better boat speed, matching everybody else for rating, and continues to just pull away from the rest of the field. So it's going to come down to that dividing line between 3rd and 4th. 3rd currently held by Tim Brace of Belgium. They're coming up towards 700 or so metres into this race, and Zeitler out in front, but I tell you what, Camilla, we've seen a few surprises here. The French dropping out into the B final in the double, and then Damir Martin is in the B final for the single.
Yeah, a few upsets here on Lake Bled this morning, right? But I can't see that going the way of Zeitler this morning. Oliver Zeitler here for Germany. You've already said the world champion. Didn't have the best Olympic Games, at the mercy of Tuskos of Greece, who he faces now in this AB semi-final of the men's single sculls for the first time since the World Championships in Rachice, where he certainly got the better of the Greek. But Zeitler, he's set himself a real challenge for this season. He's looking to obtain the Triple Crown through the World Cups, to win here at the European Championships, and of course to win at the World Championships as well. So you'll see him contending a lot this season, and certainly it's putting him through his paces. He's leading out by over a length now, a pretty boastful lead when you're sitting next to the Olympic champion over Tuskos of Greece. And then almost in mimic, another length or so lead back to Tim Brace of Belgium, who is currently challenging Lennart van Lierop of the Netherlands for the third spot through to the A final. It's going to be Brace that hits the 1,000 metres in third position. And just having a quick look at those 1,000-metre times, Oliver Zeidler through in 3:23, 3 seconds up on Nielsen's time from the previous AB semi-final. Zeidler a little bit nervous to contend here at Bled. He'd heard about the bouncy water and wanted to give it a go. He's really been pushing himself to master some of those flaws that we'd seen in previous seasons, but no worries for him through this third 500. He looks absolutely sublime out in front. Duskos happy to sit in second for Greece, but certainly not happy at the moment to sit where they are. Lennart van Lierop of the Netherlands in fourth, going up against Tim Brace of Belgium. This is going to be the race we need to watch behind the world champion, behind the Olympic champion. It's Netherlands versus Belgium for that third and final spot through to the A final. Richie, what can you tell us?
Yeah, looking good so far for Germany and Greece here, and it might come down to that race for third between the Netherlands and Belgium. We saw Van Lierop a really great sprint finish in his racing to finish second in his heat and through the rep then as well. So we know he's got a lot left in the tank when it comes down, judging by the previous race. So it might be that the Netherlands can come through. Our third place sculler at the moment, Belgium, Tim Brace, having a good race there, holding on, but he's going to come under increased pressure as we come down with 500 metres to go. No doubt about the leader. It's such a familiar sight when we get to the men's single sculls racing. Oliver Zeidler leading it out well ahead of the competing crews here. Greece in second place, some way back, so it's more than Clearwater. 2-3 lengths of Clearwater back to Greece in second place. Going to be interesting to see how it plays out when we get to the A final, but it looks like Soukos is doing enough here. He's in control, can look left and right to see that he can take off any of the last minute challenges that come down in the last 500. But really the race is going to be on here for that third qualifying spot. Van Lierop now starting to go. He's taking the rate up to 38-39 strokes per minute. The Belgian Tim Brace matching him stroke rate and boat speed as well, matching each other. It's stroke for stroke. They're really bow ball for bow ball here coming in. They're coming into view for you, Pete. No doubt about the leader there. Ollie leading it out. As we're so used to seeing Soukos in control in second for that second qualifying spot. But really Van Lierop and Brace, it's going to come down to a photo finish, I reckon, for that third spot.
Yeah, it's a great race from Zeidler here. He's mentioned in the past that he was a bit concerned about the bounciness of the water in the middle segment. It hasn't fazed him whatsoever, because the Greek athlete Stefanos Tuskos, he loves that bouncy water, and in fact is something that he considers an advantage in his technical ability to be able to handle that sort of thing with ease. He's riding in second place at 37 strokes a minute, Zeidler at 33. Then either side of these two, we've got Van Lierop just about holding on to third, trying to push up to Tuskos.
Dvakratni zaporedni svetovni prvak, nekdani plavalec Oliver Zeidler ima kar udobno prednost pred najbližjim zasledovalcem, in to ni nihče drug kot olimpijski prvak iz Tokija, Grk Stefanos Tsioukas.
Last couple of strokes, Ollie Zeidler is going to lead the way into the A final. Absolutely, according to the form book here, a length and a half ahead of Stefanos Tuskos of Greece, who's got 3/4 of a length on Lennart van Lierop for the Netherlands. They go through to the A final, and then a length back we find Tim Brace for Belgium. A great race from him, but he leads the way into the B final ahead of Petervari Melnar Bendeguj of Hungary coming in for 5th, and then 6th place Nikolai Pimenov of Serbia. We'll see them in that B final.
Znani so torej veslači, ki se bodo borili za medalje. Poleg Danca, Litvanca in pa Bolgara so se jim zdaj iz drugega polfinala pridružili še Oliver Zeidler, Stefanos Tsioukas in pa predstavnik Nizozemske Lennart van Lierop. Zdaj pa prihajamo tudi že do naslednje discipline, ki bo zanimiva tudi za slovensko občinstvo. Namreč začenja se polfinale za ženske enojce.
Well, we're underway now with the first of the two AB semis for the women's single sculls. Laine Rumpe for Latvia in lane 1, Desislava Angelova for Bulgaria in 2, Jovana Arsic for Serbia in lane 3, Aurelia Maxima Katarina Janssen for Switzerland in lane 4, Fie Udby Eriksson of Denmark in 5, and Kitty Bertus for Hungary in lane 6.
Poglejmo, katere dame se bodo najprej potegovale za 3 vstopnice v tej prvi polfinalni skupini. Latvijka na progi 1, na progi 2 Bolgarka, na progi 3 Srbkinja Jovana Arsic, na progi 4 Švicarka, na progi 5 Danka in pa na progi 6 Mađarka.
So coming up through 200 meters, out in front at the moment is our Serbian athlete here. She was 6th in the A final in World Cup 1 in Zagreb just a couple of weeks ago, but she's gone out for the early lead at this stage. A canvas up on Angelova and Janssen on either side of her. So we'll see how this pans out as they start thinking about striding into their race rhythm now that they're through that first 300 or so meters and considering how they're going to set their race pace for the middle 1,000. So that's the leading 3. Not out of it yet, though. Only a length down. We've got Eriksson for Denmark. We haven't seen her in a little while. We last saw her at the Olympic Games where she was racing in the women's pair in the B final in Tokyo. So she's had a couple of years off, making her return to international racing here. And certainly with the experience she's got in her back pocket, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something special from her in this race, trying to get back in for an A final position. But still out in front, it's Jovana Arsic for Serbia, half a length up on the Swiss athlete Janssen, who's then got a matter of a canvas or so up on Angelova for Bulgaria. That's the 1, 2, 3 coming up towards 600 meters in, and they're coming into sight of Camilla, who's at the 1,000. Now, Camilla, Arsic out in front. Can she hold on to it? I'm quite impressed with Janssen's start so far.
I think based on the results of a few weeks ago at World Cup 1, as you mentioned, Janssen also contesting that, coming away with the silver medal. So on paper, I'd expect Arsic to get rode down through the course of this race by the young Swiss sculler. Just 19 years old, Aurelia Maxima Katarina Janssen is currently sat in 2nd position, but I'm sure a bit of patience through this middle part of the race, and she's down at 32 strokes a minute, taking her time behind Arsic in that 2nd qualifying position through to the A final. I think we'll probably see her come through, but stranger things have happened. Now we look to the 3rd and final qualifying spot through to that A final. That currently sits with Angelova of Bulgaria. But like you quite rightly say, Pete, Fie Udby Eriksson, so much experience not only in the pairs, but of course she contested the single for the majority of that Olympiad on the run up to the games before hopping into the women's pair. So certainly experienced at handling this boat type when she needs to be. But she sits currently in 4th, I'd say about a length and a half, almost 2 lengths off Angelova of Bulgaria, who actually is starting to become the fastest moving boat on the water. Perhaps a little push from her. She's at 34 strokes a minute, slightly overrating Arsic in the lead at 33. Janssen's dropped it down to rate 30 here for Switzerland, but in fact that seems to have unlocked a little bit of additional speed for her as she now sits only a canvas down on the Serbian. So our leading trio, all with overlap here. Still Arsic in the lead with a canvas over Janssen, who takes a look to see that effect paying off of the lower rating. Of course, pretty famous for rowing with the old blade type here, Janssen, with those skinnier, slimmer Macon blades, which requires the lower rating to make the boat move effectively. And certainly that gear change has opened up a bit of boat speed as she now takes the lead for the first time in this race ahead of Arsic. It's Angelova who's being pulled through with her. It's like she's trying to stick to the Swiss, knowing she will be a fast finisher. And coming into this final 750 metres, I think all the pressure is on Fie Udby Eriksson of Denmark to try and produce something of a sprint to close the gap and make it into that A final. It's still about 2 lengths, though, that she needs to find in order to do that, which would be a pretty impressive feat. Richie, I think in my mind, we have our 3 A finalists pretty clearly here.
Yeah, the Danish sculler, I think, is up against it here to try get back into contention for the third qualifying spot. The three crews in lanes 2, 3 and 4 really pushing each other on here. There's just 2 meters separating them. If anything, the Bulgarian sculler, Desislava Angelova, is now coming up to challenge for the lead. So Bulgaria, Serbia, Switzerland, they're the 1, 2 and 3 coming up at the 500-meter mark. Very little between them. Stroke for stroke, they're matching each other here. Bulgaria up at 34 strokes per minute, Serbia 33, and of course the Swiss sculler down at that lower rate of 30, just with the style of rowing that she has. She's now moved into second place. It's actually the Serbian Jovana Arsic led for the early half of the race. She's come back now and taken the lead, coming through with 500 meters to go. So it's Arsic from Serbia leading it out, and very little then between Switzerland and Bulgaria, literally stroke for stroke matching each other here. If anything, the Bulgarian looking the more comfortable in second place at the moment. They are just ahead then of Eriksson from Denmark. Clearwater back in fourth place, and I don't know if she's going to have anything left in the tank to get through this semi-final into the A-final of the women's singles sculls. Unbelievable racing from our three leading crews here. The lead is changing literally with stroke for stroke between Bulgaria, Serbia, Switzerland. The cowbells are going to be going, but lots of encouragement as well for Bulgaria and Serbia as they come into the run to the finish. The Serbian now just moving back into third place, and it looks like the Swiss sculler coming back to take the lead here up ahead of Bulgaria. Pete, they're coming into view for you. Really nothing between these crews. If anything, the Serbian crew, just maybe Serbian Arsic moving back a little bit, and it's down to Switzerland and Bulgaria to take the win here.
Yeah, Janssen at 31 strokes a minute. It's a great performance from her. She's got the better boat speed, despite underrating the rest by 3 or 4 pips. It's quite impressive stuff. Angelova at 35, starting to try and wind it up. I think she wants the pride of place that comes with winning your semi-final and what that means with regards to the lane that you end up in that A-final. I think, as Richie says, though, these leading 3 athletes look set for the A-final. It would be Eriksson is up at 35, trying to push through, but I think she's just going to run out of water.
Kakšna srhljivka ponovno na Blejskem jezeru med posadkami Švice, Srbije in pa Bolgarije. Ampak tudi zdajle Danka prihaja iz ozadja. Lahko grozi Jovano Arsic na 3. poziciji.
It would be Eriksson doing everything she can. She's got overlap with the Serbian Arsic coming into the last 20 or 30 meters. No response from Arsic. It's going to come down to the wire. There's very little between them. It's perhaps a canvas. The win, though, goes to Janssen ahead of Angelova, and then just holding on to it, Jovana Arsic for Serbia, about half a length up on Eriksson. So the 1, 2, 3 there was Janssen, then Angelova, then Arsic. Those 3 go through to the A final, and we will see Fi Udby Eriksson lead the way into the B final, where she'll be joined by Bertus Kitty for Hungary coming in for 5th, and then 6th place Laine Rumpe of Latvia.
Janssenova, Angelova in pa Arsičeva, torej prve 3 finalistke med ženskimi enojci. Ja, zdaj pa slovenski navijači, upajmo, da bo mesto v velikem finalu dobila tudi naša Nina Kostanšek. Pozor na progo 6, kjer bo veslala Nina. Sicer pa ima družbo tudi aktualne evropske prvakinje na progi 4 Nizozemka. Poleg teh 2 tekmovalk pa v tej konkurenci, v tej drugi polfinalni skupini še Grkinja, Čehinja, Litvanka in pa Španka.
The second AB semi for the women's sculls is well underway. We were just hearing there from Natasha, because there is a Slovenian athlete here. We've got Nina Kostanisek in lane 6. But the full run through here, we've got Evangelia Fraku for Greece in 1, Lenka Luksova for the Czech Republic in 2, Ieva Adomovičiūtė for Lithuania in lane 3, Caroline Florane for the Netherlands in 4, Virginia Diaz Rivas for Spain in 5, and Nina Kostanisek for Slovenia in lane 6. Coming up through 300 meters in at the moment is Florane out in front by a huge margin. It's nearly 2 lengths. She's currently leading the rest of the field, so she's absolutely going after it. Currently in second place, though, Natasha, you'll be pleased to see Nina Kostanisek in a qualifying place for the A final as things stand.
Well, of course, Pete. Mislim, da bi bili vsi veseli, če bi se Nini uspelo prebiti v veliki finale, tako da bi imeli tukaj dva predstavnika Slovenije na domačem prvenstvu v boju za odličja. Nina Kostanšek je začela dobro in upajmo, da se ji bo izšlo za eno od treh mest, ki vodijo v boje za medalje. Torej, Nina Kostanšek na progi 6, slovenski navijači. Seveda, zdaj bo tudi na vas, da ji date navijaškega zagona, še posebno v teh zadnjih metrih, da se prebije naprej. Trenutno drži tretje mesto po prvih 500 metrih. Upajmo, da bo tako tudi na koncu, ali pa morda še bolje, še kakšen obet za morda odličje. No, sicer pa v vodstvu Nizozemka, torej aktualna evropska prvakinja, ki ima že kar lepo prednost pred ostalimi zasledovalkami.
Coming through 750 metres now, what a lead from the reigning world champion, Caroline Florijn, out in front. She's continuing to pull away from everybody else, but the field's starting to spread out behind her a little bit now. Adoma Vichuta for Lithuania, trying to solidify second place ahead of Dias Rivas of Spain, currently in third, who's pushed through the local favourite, Kostanisek of Slovenia. Now they're coming up towards sight of Camilla. Camilla, are things over for Kostanisek, or do you think she can get back in the action?
It's going to take a pretty bold move for her to get back into the action, but you never know with the support of the home fans here, and I can hear the whistles and the cheers actually even in this first 1,000 metres, and I suspect they are for the home favourite, Konstantiak of Slovenia, but she's slipping back in place of Dias Rivas of Spain, a really strong finisher, Dias Rivas. We saw that at the first World Cup of the season where she rode through in the final few metres to take home gold, and it looks like she's executing a similar plan here to get herself into the top three spaces. She's plucked off Konstantiak of Slovenia, and she's picked off Luksava and Fragku of Greece, and now she's moving on the Lithuanian Adomavakaite in lane number 3. She's got a canvas to go, but I tell you who is not being chased on. That is the remarkable Caroline Florijn of the Netherlands. She is in a class of her own out here, oceans of clear water surrounding her, and just very much in her own zone. She's just really enjoying it out here. It doesn't look laboured whatsoever, and in the single scull, this is some lead that she's managed to obtain through this third 500 metres. The fight for second still ongoing here. Dias Rivas, with every single stroke, gains the tiniest of margins, but the Lithuanian not giving up and rolling over yet. Ieva Adomavakaite of the Lithuanian team here clinging on with her might for a spot into the A final. She's got about a length of clear water back to Slovenia's Nina Konstantiak, but the top three here, a clear water buffer led out by the absolutely outstanding Caroline Florijn of the Netherlands, Richie.
What a show she's putting on for us here. Really, last year was her season, so dominant across the board, and we can see it again here in this semi-final of the women's single sculls. She is in centre of the course, can look left and right, similar to the races that we've seen earlier. She can respond to any threat that might come her way, but really with such a clear water advantage, it is unlikely that anyone is going to come closer as we approach the last 500 metres of this women's single sculls second semi-final. Interesting looking at the times coming through the Swiss sculler, 3:45. Janssen of Switzerland going through the 1,000 metre mark. Caroline Florijn 3:40, so 5-second distance between her and the fastest qualifier from the earlier heat. Just coming through 500 now. She's still pushing on here, rating 34 strokes per minute, and she's got that clear water lead ahead of the Lithuanian sculler. Really solid middle of the course from the Lithuanian to move from 4th place up into 2nd and really establish her dominance in that 2nd spot ahead of Virginia Dias Rivas, winner recently of World Cup 1, and in form again. She can look over left and right as well, and she knows she's got clear water over the remaining scullers from Slovenia, from Greece and from the Czech Republic. So these three looking good, quite a distance between each of them though, so it'll be interesting to see when we get to the final just how competitive it is. They're doing just enough to secure their qualifying spots here, but really, Pete, coming into view there, Caroline Florijn, she's in a league of her own here, leading this one out in the second semi-final of the women's sculls.
Yeah, she's absolutely smashing this. The reigning world champion is entering the 2023 season with big plans because she's well out in front of Ieva Adomavičiūtė for Lithuania, who's having a cracking race here. She's back in the boat. She had a few years away from international racing. She's back. She was in the quad last year, and now she's in the single, and it seems to be paying off because she's well and truly earning her place into the A final of this women's single sculls category. The Spaniard Díaz Rivas looking comfortable for third. I can't see anybody contesting the places here. We see Lenka Luksova, previously known as Lenka Antosova, trying to move up into fourth place and move through Kostanisek.
Ja, v vodstvu prepričljivo Florinova, ampak mi smo zdaj pozorni na Nino Kostanjšek, ki se bori za tretje mesto. Sicer je malce oddaljeno, ampak Nina pospešuje. Morda ji uspe v teh zadnjih metrih vendarle iztisniti toliko moči. Zgleda sicer ne dobro, ampak mi verjamemo v Nino Kostanjšek, trenutno na četrtem mestu. Dajmo Nina, še zadnji metri in zdaj le bo treba res napeti moči. Ja, Nina pospešuje. Ali bo se išlo za tole finale? Mislim, da žal prepozno za tale finiš, ampak kljub vsemu Nini čestitke za nastop četrto mesto in uvrstitev v B finale, kjer bomo seveda držali pesti za slovensko tekmovalko, da pobere vsaj sedmo mesto, če že ne medalje.
Well, it was a stunning push from Nina Kostanisek. We heard there from Natasha. She did her absolute best to try and get back on terms with Díaz Rivas to contest third place, but the Spaniard held on to it. So positions across the line. Caroline Florain for the Netherlands leads the way into the A final, joined by Adomavičiūtė for Lithuania and Díaz Rivas of Spain. And then fourth place, Kostanisek will go through to the B final with Luksova and Fragku. So the A final will consist of Switzerland's Janssen, Bulgaria's Angelova, Serbia's Arsic, Netherlands' Florain, Lithuania's Adomavičiūtė and Spain's Díaz Rivas.
Imamo torej znane vse A-finalistke v konkurenci ženskih enojcev. Žal med šesterico ni Nine Kostanjšek, ampak upajmo, da bo saj med sedmerico na koncu tega prvenstva. Nina, vso srečo torej v B-finalu, sicer pa v A-finalu spremljamo Švicarko, Srbkinjo, Bolgarko, Litvanko, Nizozemko in pa Španko.
Well, folks, what a morning we've had so far. We've had 5 B finals, but then those A-B semi-finals just show us what we've got to look forward to in the A finals of tomorrow. So much going on, and it's going to be a packed schedule still to come today, because the next race will be the first A final of our 2023 European Rowing Championships, Bled, Slovenia. The first A final is for the women's 4, due off at 12:22 local time here. If you're in the grandstand, that means you've got a very brief break to get some lunch perhaps, and then get yourselves comfortable again for the start of the A finals from 12:22. We're going to run through the women's 4, PR1 Men single, PR1 Women single, PR3 Mixed double, and then we're into the women's and men's quads, the women's and men's lightweight doubles, and concluding with the men's 8 at 2:29 this afternoon. Loads still to come, so grab yourself some lunch, get comfortable. Racing starts again in just about half an hour.
Ja, dobro smo začeli tale današnji dan, torej spremljali finala B in pa polfinalne obračune. Zdaj pa nas čaka seveda še vrhunec današnjega dne, to pa so seveda finalni nastopi. Še prej si bomo vzeli dobre pol urice odmora, lahko morda za kakšno hitro kosilo, da si naberete moči in da boste spodbujali svoje favorite, favoritke. Zdaj bo šlo za res, zdaj bo šlo za medalje. Ob 12:22 minut bomo začeli s prvim A-finalom na letošnjem Evropskem prvenstvu na Bledu. Ženske v četvercih se bodo borile za naslov evropskih prvakinj in pa seveda za odličja na letošnjem prvenstvu. Sicer pa potem nas čakajo še 3 paradiscipline, moški enojci, ženski enojci in pa mešani dvojni dvojci. Nadaljevali bomo z A-finali za ženske in pa moške dvojne četverce. Potem se bodo za medalje borili lahke veslačice in pa lahki veslači v dvojnih dvojcih. Za konec pa še poslastica, tekma osmercev.
Time now for the A final of the women's 4. Lining up in lane 1, we have Spain. Lane 2, the Netherlands. Lane 3, Great Britain. Lane 4, Romania. Lane 5, Denmark. And in lane 6, Ireland. Many of you might be wondering what you're seeing on the screen here. This is not the start of the A final for the women's 4 yet. Slight hiccup with a Toblerone, which is one of the inflatable banners that we can see that marks the 500-meter mark, the 1,000-meter mark, etc. One of those Toblerone inflatable banners seems to have drifted into lane 1, so they're just making sure that's affixed back in its proper place, which gives these athletes a few more moments to just get themselves sorted, maybe do a practice start, which looks like what they've just done, and then they've just now been called back to the pontoon by the starting umpire, so they'll get back onto the starting blocks, and then in a few moments we'll be underway with the first A final of our day, this one for the women's 4. We try again now for the A final of the women's 4. Lining up in lane 1, we have Spain, Netherlands in 2, Great Britain in lane 3, Romania in lane 4. This is Denmark in lane 5. And completing our field for this A final of the women's 4, we have Ireland in lane 6.
Zdaj pa gre za res. Začenjamo torej s prvimi finali A, torej s prvimi boji za odličja na letošnjem Evropskem prvenstvu na tej čudoviti lokaciji, na našem čudovitem Bledu. Ženske v četvercih začenjajo tale finalni del in sicer imamo naslednje posadke na progi 1 Španija, na progi 2 Nizozemska, proga 3 aktualne evropske prvakinje Britanke, na progi 4 Romunke, na progi 5 so Danke in na progi 6 Irke.
Here we go. We're underway with the A final of the women's four. The first A final, the first medal final here at the 2023 European Rowing Championships. It looks like a good clean start across the board. It's going to be tough to choose an early leader at this stage. Romania up at 51 strokes a minute, going out like the absolute clappers. Let's see if it earns them the lead. It does. They've pushed out to an early advantage, nearly a quarter of a length on Denmark, currently in second, Great Britain in third, but it's nothing to split those trailing crews. It's only really the Romanians who pushed out for the early lead so far. It's a little bit deceptive, the angle we're looking at here, because the buoy line's slightly off on the angle. It looks as though Spain is starting to contest the front now with Romania.
Takole se torej začenja prvi finale. Ženski četverci so krenili proti cilju. Imamo torej na progi tri aktualne evropske prvakinje v nekoliko spremenjeni obliki. Namreč v čoln se je vrnila Helen Glover, sicer tudi olimpijska prvaka iz Rija. Takrat je nastopila v dvojcu, potem nekaj časa ni bila prisotna, no zdaj pa je zamenjala tokrat Redgraveovo v čolnu in bomo videli, kako bo šlo tej kombinaciji na letošnjem evropskem prvenstvu. Tudi Romunki ni za odpisati, tudi Romunke so močne.
Well, we're coming out to 500. Great Britain have turned things around now. The data slightly out of time. It's Great Britain who lead the way through the 500. A canvas up on the Netherlands, and then the level, Spain and Romania battling it out for third place and that potential bronze medal. Denmark currently in fourth. Ireland in sixth place, Denmark in fifth place. Looking here at this Dutch combination, Tinka Offerijns in the stroke seat. They were silver medalists in Rachitse in both the 4 and the 8 last year at the World Championship. So a formidable crew to try and compete against. But alongside them, Great Britain are out in front looking for that gold medal. Striking 38, led there by Rebecca Shorten in the stroke seat. They were all world champions last year in Rachitse, with the exception of Olympic champion Helen Glover from the Rio Olympic Games when she was racing in the pair. They're coming through towards 750 meters. What an impressive performance here, Camilla, from this GB4. They were one of the slowest out of the blocks, but they slowly moved up through the field to nearly a length up now as they approach your sight lines at halfway.
Yeah, GB taking their time, ever so patient off the start. I was lucky enough yesterday or the day before perhaps to be watching a few of their practice starts, and they are very composed through those first few strokes, and then they wind through and they're extending their lead now through this second 500. They've almost got a length here. I suspect that will be what the boat are calling for ahead of 1,000 meters, is to break clear of the rest of the contending medalists. But a bit of a change at the back of the medaling pack. It's still the Netherlands in the running, but Romania now starting to make their charge. Amelia Beres in the stroke seat, just taking them level now with the Dutch through that halfway marker. And in fact, that turn of speed, it's giving them almost a seat a stroke. We've got really fast conditions out here, almost a direct tailwind, with the exception of a slight cross coming from lane 1. But that was a huge, huge move, a charge from the Romanians to push them from bronze now into silver. The Dutch still running in bronze medal position at the moment, but we heard about Denmark's fast start, the surviving member from the bronze medal crew from 2019's World Championships, Frigga Sangard Nielsen there in the 3 seat, will be linchpinning this crew and trying to push them onto the podium. A surprise perhaps to see Ireland back in 5th ahead of Spain, but Great Britain, the undisputed leaders of this race, picking up back where they left off at the World Championships, but with new addition Helen Glover, as you say, there in the 3 seat, the double Olympic champion, trying to contest in the next Olympic Games in Paris, and this certainly looks like a great ticket to get there, Richie.
Absolutely, this new combination doesn't seem to have affected the lineup. They're dishing it out here, leading it out, as you said, coming off of second, third place off the start. They're really comfortable now, moving in, changing gear over the last 500 meters and coming up to the last quarter here of our women's 4 final. So it's GB leading it out. The Romanian crew were the fastest qualifying crew out of the heats and the repechages, so it'll be interesting to see what they have in the last quarter here, up at 40 strokes per minute, just holding off the challenge from the Dutch crew, who were in second place coming through. But GB just 3/4 of a length now ahead of Romania. The Dutch crew then in third place, all overlapping, and then it's back to fourth for Denmark, and Ireland in fifth place, just ahead of Spain. Really very little between, again, these crews towards the tail end, but all the action up the front there. GB taken into the lead after a couple of 100 metres in the stroke seat there. Rebecca Shorten really dishing it out, being backed up by Helen Glover in the 3 seat, Rowan McKellar in the 2 seat, Heidi Long in bow, powering on here. But there is a real charge coming on now for the Romanian crew. 43 strokes per minute. They're putting on the challenge. It's all to play for the gold, silver and bronze, but it's going to be GB, Romania and the Netherlands. The question is, who's going to get the gold? Pete, coming into view, GB have done all the running, but Romania are on the charge.
This is
and
amazing,
coming up level.
Richie. Romania and Great Britain level coming into the last 250 metres here. Romania have the momentum. They've gone to 46 strokes a minute. Amalia Perez absolutely thumping rhythm. Rebecca Shorten takes them to 43, but Romania move into the lead now, nearly a canvas.
Tole bo šlo na nož za naslov evropskih prvakinj med ženskimi četverci. Britanke ali Romunke, to je zdaj vprašanje. Romunke so močne.
Here we go into the last 100 metres. Romania still out in front, but the response from Great Britain is big. They've gone to 44 strokes a minute to try and close back in on the gold medal and the European Rowing Championship title for the women's four. Last couple of strokes, Romania are going to hold it. They're over a canvas up on Great Britain. Romania are European champions in the women's four. Great Britain silver, and it's tight for bronze. I saw that as the Netherlands. We'll have to have it confirmed. It looks as though the camera operator took that as the Netherlands as well. What a performance from them, just holding out ahead of Denmark. Romania, gold medal, European rowing champions, and I can tell you they have just set a new European Championship best time of 6:22.69, beating the previous one set in 2020 in Poznan by the Dutch at 6:24. Amazing performance from Romania. They take the gold. Great Britain, the silver, and the Netherlands, the bronze.
Izjemna predstava Romunk, ki so tudi izboljšale najboljši čas evropskih prvenstev. Popravile so za nekaj stotink rekord, ki so ga do sedaj držale Nizozemke. Na drugo mesto, potem na petem boju, potem srebrna medalja za Britanke, sicer aktualne evropske prvakinje, no zdaj so to krono predale Romunkam. Na tretjem mestu pa potem Nizozemke, ki so lani tudi blestele na svetovnem prvenstvu, bile dvakrat druge in sicer v četvercu, pa zraven še v osmercu. Kakšen boj, kakšna napoved vseh današnjih finalnih nastopov.
Next race on the course. It's time now for the A final of the PR1 Men's Single Scull. 6 athletes lining up at the start. We've got the Netherlands, Israel, Ukraine, Italy, Germany and Great Britain.
Naslednji finale A se nam obeta pri para moških enojcih. Imamo na progi 1 Nizozemsko, na progi 2 Izrael, na progi 3 Ukrajino, na progi 4 Italijo, na progi 5 Nemčijo in na progi 6 Veliko Britanijo.
Well, best time set by Giacomo Perini of Italy just last year at the Poznan World Cup, 8:55.21 the time to beat. He also set the European Championship best time, 9:38.48. Lane 1 we have representing the Netherlands, David Zeelenberg. In lane 2 for Israel, Shmuel Daniel. Lane 3 for Ukraine, Roman Polyansky. Lane 4 for Italy, Giacomo Perini. Lane 5 for Germany, Markus Klemp. And lane 6 for Great Britain, Callum Russell. There we have it. The buzzer lets them loose. Our 6 athletes in the PR1 Men's Single Sculls Category A final, heading down the 2K course here to contest for the medals. Let's see who takes the best of the starting few strokes. It looks as though it's the centre lanes there. Italy's Giacomo Perini. He was a silver medalist at the World Championships last year. To Roman Poljanski, who's alongside him in lane 3. Marcus Klemp giving it great guns out of the blocks there as well for Germany. We'll see how they settle into their rhythm. Very, very different styles of rowing. Look at the power from Giacomo Perini. Beautiful shots we're seeing here of the racing. Some great drone overhead shots. Really gives us a feel for what the course is like from up there at the start. But Giacomo Perini, silver medalist at the World Championships last year, holder of the world best time, currently leading. And you can see by how much with this beautiful overhead drone shot. It's about a length and a half ahead of Poljanski.
Giacomo Perini je odločen, da ubrani naslov evropskega prvaka v para moških enojcih, sicer tudi vice svetovni prvak lani iz Račic in dobro je začel Giacomo Perini tudi tole prvenstvo na Bledu. Ob njem potem še Roman Poljanski, lani drugovrščeni na evropskem prvenstvu. Ja, bomo videli na koncu, kako se bo išlo, ampak Giacomo Perini je že prišel v ospredje.
Well, we're coming up towards 400 metres in, and Perini has absolutely gone for it. But this is Roman Poljanski we're seeing on the big screen here, the Paralympic champion and world champion. So the Paralympic Games in Tokyo 2020 that took place in 2021. He's a very, very powerful athlete. He did come out on top at the World Championships last year ahead of Giacomo Perini. So this is the first opportunity they've had to test each other's mettle since the winter training programs that they'll have both been following through on through the last 6 months or so. Perini struggling to break away from Poljanski, passing through the 500 here. It's about a length and a half, you can see here, between the two leaders for the gold and silver, and then a bit of a tussle for bronze. Marcus Klemp alongside Shmuel Daniel of Israel. Shmuel Daniel, deeply experienced athlete, as is Marcus Klemp. They've been on the PR1 circuit for quite some time, and it'll be an interesting opportunity for both of them to contest for a place on the podium here at the European Championships. The field's starting to spread out quite significantly now. You can see the chevron formation taking shape. Currently riding in 5th place, we have David Zeelenberg of the Netherlands. No, Great Britain's Callum Russell is in 5th place at the moment in lane 6. So work to do to get back on terms, but at the front of the field, Poljanski starting to just edge away at the lead of Giacomo Perini. So Camilla, the question's going to be, did he go out too strong at the first start of the race? Has he front-loaded it too much? And we're now starting to see the strength of Poljanski try to pull through.
Do you know what, Pete? I think that Giacomo Perini knows better than to underestimate the might of the great Ukrainian Roman Poljanski. You've already mentioned his titles, world and Paralympic champion, but it was indeed the European Championships last year that we first saw Poljanski overturned by Perini, who came onto this scene in the PR1 Men single scull with a real force, to be honest. As a debutant that season, he managed to knock off the Paralympic champion, set that European Championships best time. And certainly with the conditions that we've got here at halfway, that huge wind continues to press these scullers on. I wouldn't be surprised if we get this head-to-head race the whole way down the course. We won't see another European best time set. But Perini continues to lead the Italian. He's up at 38 strokes a minute through this halfway part of the course. We're just shy of 1,000 metres. And Poljanski has reduced that lead to just a length and a quarter. And he's chipping away at it. He is really putting on the pressure here. 36 strokes a minute. And Perini in the more advantageous position to be able to look back. He's in gold medal position at the moment. He can keep him at bay just to his right-hand side, Poljanski. But Poljanski, with all that experience, he knows how to row through. He will be certainly gunning for it in that final 500 metres. If it's anything less than 2 lengths, I think Poljanski has the might to come back. But we'll leave the gold and silver medal fight for now. We'll look back to that bronze medal fight that Pete was describing, that was between Markus Klemp and Shmuel Daniel of Germany and Israel, respectively. And it's Klemp, the German, who has come true in that second 500 metres. He's managed to really shake off the Israeli athlete and get himself a nice clear water buffer between the podium and the minor positions. So it's Germany sitting in bronze at the moment, Klemp. It's then Israel sitting in fourth position, my apologies, and then back to Great Britain's Callum Dixon for fifth. Just on the horizon, it's David Zeelenberg of the Netherlands. He's just about to hit the 1,000-metre timing marker. A good start to his PR1 career here to be on the international stage at the European Championships. But my word, the race at the front heating up. What did I say about Poljanski? Make sure that he stays within 2 lengths and he's still got an opportunity. Perini still looking nice and long, 36 strokes a minute. Poljanski also up at 36. But Richie, this fight for the gold is not going to let up just yet.
Not at all. It's great to see Perini doing all the running here in the early half of the race. His boat is the fastest out there on the water, rating 35 strokes per minute, as you said, and he's doing his utmost to really open up that lead, and that's exactly what he's doing over Poljanski now. So Poljanski trying to put the push, get back in touch, but the response there from Perini has allowed him to move on again, and he's opened up the lead. It's more than 10 metres now as they come through down to the last quarter of the race. Our second final of the day here, the final of the PR1 men's single scull. Perini led from the start, and he's the fastest sculler when we had the preliminary race as well. So it's going exactly as it did in the preliminary race, with Perini of Italy leading it out, Poljanski of Ukraine in second, Klemp of Germany in third. So it's clear water between our leaders down to the last quarter, and the rates come up again, 37, 38 strokes per minute. But really impressive rowing here from Perini, using all his experience and his win, as we were saying, European champion last year, including that best time. And with that strong tailwind that we were talking about, there's a chance that best time might be under threat again here. Poljanski now needs to respond down into the last quarter and the run into the finish if he is going to challenge for the gold medal. Back in third place at the moment, the low rating German Markus Klemp looks in control against Shmuel Daniel in fourth place, with clear water between the two scullers, and then back to Callum Russell in fifth ahead of David Zeelenberg of the Netherlands. But no doubt about the leader there, Pete. Really impressive here from Perini, led from the start and holding off the challenge. Poljanski, gold medal looks like his.
Yeah, it could well be. And about the World Championship, the European Championship best time, they were on pace for it at the 1500. So we could see something quite special here. Perini out in front. They were stroke for stroke a second ago, both at 38 strokes a minute. He's just continuing to pull away from Poljanski. An amazing performance here from Giacomo Perini. Just shows that his winter training program is doing what it needed to set him up for the 2023 season.
Ja, dvoboj velikih med paramoškimi enojci. Giacomo Perini je kralj evropskih prvenstev, medtem ko Roman Poljanski, ki je trenutno na drugem mestu, aktualni paraolimpijski prvak in pa tudi svetovni prvak.
Here we go into the last 150 or so meters. Giacomo Perini, silver medalist at the World Championships last year. He's continuing to extend his lead. He's looking good for gold in the European Rowing Championship title for the PR1 Men single sculls approaching the grandstand now. Ukraine's Roman Poljanski, the Paralympic champion and world champion, might need to settle for silver in this race because we're into the last 20 meters now, and it's going to be Giacomo Perini for Italy taking the gold. He is European champion in the PR1 men's single sculls, 2.5 lengths ahead of silver medalist Roman Poljanski for Ukraine. Battle still on for bronze, but I think it's almost certainly going to be won by Markus Klemp of Germany. He's had a great race thus far, making the best of it ahead of Shmuel Daniel for Israel, who's coming in for 4th place. So we've got a new European champion in the PR1 men's single sculls, Giacomo Perini for Italy, silver to Roman Poljanski for Ukraine, and here comes Markus Klemp for Germany to seal the bronze.
Imamo torej novega starega evropskega prvaka Giacomo Perini v konkurenci para moških enojcev, na drugem mestu potem Roman Poljanski in na tretjem še nemški predstavnik Markus Klemp.
That's Shmuel Daniel for Israel across the line. Last few strokes then over in lane 6 for Callum Russell for Great Britain coming in to take the 5th place. And then we've got just coming in to the closing stages for the Netherlands, David Zeelenberg. But I have some news for you. We have a new world best time for the PR1 men's single sculls set here today in Bled, 8:55.08. by Giacomo Perini of Italy, beating the previous time by just over 1/10 of a second. So an amazing performance from him. Fast conditions we've got here in Bled, Slovenia, and I think that's going to be the story of the rest of these A finals. We're going to be keeping our eyes peeled for any further World or European Championship best times. The victory ceremony for the women's 4.
Podelitev medalj za ženske četverce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Board member
član Evropske veslaške zveze,
Algirdas Razlanas, accompanied by
spremlja ga župan občine Bled,
Mayor of Bled Municipality
Anton Mežan.
winners of the bronze medal,
Dobitnice bronaste medalje.
the Netherlands. The Netherlands, represented by
Nizozemsko zastopajo
Marloes Oldenburg, Bente Boonstra, Hermintje Drent, And Tinka Offereins. Winners of the silver medal.
Dobitnice srebrne medalje.
Great Britain.
Copy that, Stefan. Okay, announce again.
Winners of the silver medal.
Dobitnice srebrne medalje.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Veliko Britanijo zastopajo
Heidi Long, Rowan McKellar, Helen Glover, and Rebecca Shorten.
There's not much you can do.
We have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know, but I think because that full starts at the beginning, we're some TV are behind. Okay, back into go announcements.
Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champions.
dobitnice zlate medalje in evropske prvakinje 2023.
Romania. Romania represented by
Romunijo zastopajo
Madalena Perez, Maria Tivodariu, Magdalena Russo,
We've got a very good view of what's going on, so just so you know.
and Amalia Perez. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Romania.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Romunije.
Let's hear it for our medalists. The next race is already underway. It's the A final for the PR1 Women's Single Sculls. Manuela Diening for Germany in lane 1 Anna Sheremet for Ukraine in lane 2. Birgit Skarstein for Norway in 3. Nathalie Benoit for France in lane 4. Moran Samuel of Israel in 5. And Claire Giringeli for Switzerland in lane 6.
Ja, potem, ko so svojo nalogo opravili paraveslači v velikem finalu, zdaj le čaka nastop še paraveslačice v enojcih. Tukaj so na progi 1 Nemka, na progi 2 Ukrajinka, na progi 3 Norvežanka, na progi 4 Francozinja, na progi 5 je Izraelka in na progi 6 Švicarka.
Well, they're going through 250 already, and you can see that it's a commanding lead from the French and Israeli athletes pushing out to the front so far. And Moran Samuel starting to pull through Nathalie Benoit. Benoit was the early leader, but Moran Samuel starting to make a real push for it. We saw this in the earlier rounds, Moran Samuel really going for it, but then we started to see Birgit Skarstein making waves out there in the water. So she's currently back in 3rd place, which is a surprise, but not unlike the previous rounds that we've seen from her thus far. She is the world champion from 2022, and when we look back to the Paralympic Games, she is the Paralympic champion as well. So Birgit Skarstein, eyes will be on her, perhaps Norway's strongest chance at a medal here this weekend. But as we come up towards 400 meters in, you can see that it's Moran Samuel still out in front. Benoit just to her stern by perhaps half a length, and then Birgit Skarstein half a length behind her again. It's lane 1 for Germany. Manuela Diening currently riding in 4th place, just a nose ahead of Anna Sheremet, the young athlete from Ukraine who could still well get back into contention for the medals. We've seen her surprise people before. She was a bronze medalist at the World Championships in Rachice last year, so no stranger to the podium, and she won't want to be left behind as we come up through 500 meters.
Prvi metri v znamenju izraelske predstavnice Moran Samuel, ki je tudi že v pretekmovanjih in pa tudi potem v repasažu dokazala, da gre računati na njo. Sicer aktualna evropska prvakinja na progi 3, Birgit Skarstein iz Norveške. Ja, ampak zdajle smo šele na četrtini proge, marsikaj se lahko spremeni do konca.
600 meters in, Moran Samuel still out in front, but Birgit Skarstein now moving through Nathalie Benoit to try and solidify 2nd place and start to contest and challenge Samuel for the leadership of this A-final of the PR1 Women's Single Sculls. They're coming up towards 700 meters in. Diening still holding out ahead of Sheremet for 4th and 5th place, and then at the back of the pack, Giringeli for Switzerland, I think maybe out of the medals at the moment. But they're coming up towards 700 meters, and Moran Samuel will be looking to have a turnaround in the events compared to the previous round, where Birgit Skarstein rode through her in that 3rd 500. Can she make this a very different race for her and the result that she'll be looking for? She's holding a length up on Skarstein, who's got half a length on Benoit. So we're going to catch up with Camilla to see what happens here. Camilla, what do you think? Is this going to be a carbon copy of the previous round, or will Samuel manage to hold off Skarstein?
Oh, Pete, I don't know. I mean, I managed to chat with Birgit Skarstein after the preliminary race just a couple of days ago, and she was surprised actually to see Samuel hold her for as long as she did. But I do have faith in the world and Paralympic champion. She delivers again and again, and she has closed that gap now. She's at 30 strokes a minute. Samuel's still 3/4 of a length up on the Norwegian, but I think she will know that Skarstein is looming. There's so much talent in this category within Europe. We not only have the World Championship podium last year in Skarstein, Benoit and Sheremet, but we also have the Paralympic Games podium from Tokyo, swapping out Sheremet for Samuel, who took home that silver medal in Tokyo. But a much earlier move here from Skarstein than we saw in the preliminary. It took her a lot longer to get that overlap back on Samuel, but it's happening just ahead of 1,000 meters now. She's closed it down to almost half a length as we move towards 1,000 meters to go. Samuel holding strong. She's also at rate 30, trying to keep a lid on that sprint, trying not to get flustered by the impending Norwegian. But these two out in front, surely a gold medal between them. It's then Clearwater back to Nathalie Benoit. She's very familiar with the podium, having taken home 2 silver medals at both the Paralympic Games and then the World Championships. So always very consistent, Benoit, for France, but she currently sits in bronze medal position. My apologies, in fact, it was the bronze that she took home at the Tokyo Paralympic Games, of course, behind Samuel. So these three, they know each other back to front, inside out. They've raced each other time and time again, and this will be what the podium will stand like at this European Championships, I'm sure. Back to fourth, well, it's Manuela Diening of Germany, who's rowing a bit of a race of her own, a bit of a vacuum for her in fourth place as she sits well clear water up on Anna Sheremet. That will be a really good result for the German, moving ahead of Ukraine, the world bronze medalist Anna Sheremet. She'll certainly be very she'll be given lots of confidence with that performance, Diening of Germany. Just then, the debutante Swiss sculler Claire Geringelli out of the back of the field here in this A final of the PR1 Women's Single Sculls. To update you on the race for gold, well, it's Birgit Skarstein. We put our faith in her moving through in that first 1,000 metres, and she's delivered on that as she now takes the lead in this A final to try and take home another European Championship medal here, and that colour looking to be gold if Samuel cannot respond. Benoit still in bronze, and they're moving towards Ritchie at 500 metres to go.
Yeah, it's going to form here. These two scullers raced in the heats, and it was Skarstein who just came through in the last 200 metres to take the win ahead of Moore and Samuel. And you can see Samuel's tactics here after coming through the repechage was to get out early, hold on for dear life, and make use of this very strong tailwind that's coming down and help propel her and maybe get a lead that she can hold all the way through the race down to the gold medal. But as they come through 500, Skarstein showing her form here, why she is the current European champion and powering through in the last 500 just to take the lead ahead of Israel. But Samuel is really responding here. She's fighting for dear life, as I said, trying to hold on to that gold medal and silver, battling it out between them. They've an overlap just of half a length between the two. Little bit of clear water then back to Nathalie Benoit of France. So these well clear then of Manuela Diening in the German boat in fourth place. A little glance over, she knows she's in control of that fourth place ahead of Sheremet and Geringelli of Switzerland in fifth and sixth at the moment. But all the running being made now by our current European champion Birgit Skarstein, leading it out for Norway. First in her heat, she said, as Camilla was saying, she ran into trouble with that race, and it was really more tougher than she thought in the heat. She had to pull through in the last 150 metres to get her qualifying spot, and she's doing the same here now, not letting Manuel get too far ahead, reined her in over the last 500 metres, and now is pushing on to the lead. Israel, Moore and Samuel doing her best to stay in contention here and pushing on, but I think the form is there with our current European champion representing Norway, Birgit Skarstein, coming into view, Pete. A really class display of sculling here to move from second into first, and it looks like that gold medal is almost secure.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect from the European, World and Paralympic champion, Birgit Skarstein, at the front of the field. But my eyes are on Nathalie Benoit, who's put in a bit of a shift in the last 200 metres and is drawing level with Samuel to contest the silver medal position. And based on her boat speed through the last couple hundred metres, she may even start to reel in Skarstein, which would be an enormous surprise here, an amazing performance from her. But her boat speed's fantastic. It looks a bit laboured now as we've entered into the red buoys, just as you'd expect from the effort that they're putting in here, but we could well see Benoit pinch silver from Samuel.
Nesporna kraljica para ženskih enojcev Birgit Skarstein prihaja novemu naslovu evropske prvakinje. V žepu ima tudi naslov svetovne in pa paraolimpijske prvakinje. No, ampak blizu pa tudi Izraelka, ki ima srebro iz paraolimpijskih iger, pa v igri za medalje tudi Nathalie Benoit.
Well, it's a nail-biter for silver and bronze here, folks. Skarstein almost certain for the gold medal and to retain her European Championship title. But I think Samuel has just found that last little bit of energy to push ahead again. They were level 30 metres ago, but we're coming up to the line. Birgit Skarstein is going to be European champion in the PR1 Women's single. Moran Samuel for Israel holds on to the silver medal position, and then bronze goes to Natalie Benoit for France. So Birgit Skarstein, gold for Norway. Silver goes to Moran Samuel for Israel, and bronze to Natalie Benoit for France. Fourth place across the line, then Manuela Diening for Germany, ahead of coming in for fifth place, Anna Sheremet for Ukraine, and then sixth place will be Claire Giringeli for Switzerland. Stunning performance, and what a tight race that was at the end between Samuel and Benoit for silver and bronze. But our European champion, same as last year, Birgit Skarstein of Norway. The victory ceremony for the PR1 Men's Single Sculls.
Podelitev medalj za para, moške enojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Board member
član Evropske veslaške zveze,
Neville Tanzer, accompanied by
spremlja ga
President of Henley Royal Regatta
predsednik Henleyjeve kraljeve regate,
Mike Sweeney. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Germany,
dobitnik bronaste medalje, ki zastopa Nemčijo,
Markus Klemp. Winner of the silver medal, representing Ukraine,
dobitnik srebrne medalje, ki zastopa Ukrajino,
Roman Polyansky. Winner of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champion representing Italy,
dobitnik zlate medalje in evropski prvak 2023, ki zastopa Italijo,
Giacomo Perini. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the national anthem of Italy.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Italije.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Next race already underway is the A final now for the PR3 Mixed doubles. We've got Elissa Corda and Luca Conti for Italy in lane 1, Shaylee Mizrachi and Ashia Klein for Israel in 2, Guilhem Marchand and Laurent Cadeau for France in lane 3, Daria Kotik and Stanislav Samolyuk for Ukraine in lane 4, Annabelle Caddick and Samuel Murray for Great Britain in 5, and completing the field in lane 6 for Spain, Veronica Rodriguez Pulido and Enrique Floriano Milan.
Še zadnja para disciplina na Evropskem prvenstvu na Bledu, mešani dvojni dvojci. Tekma se je pravkar začela, na progi 1 je Italija, na progi 2 Izrael, na progi 3 Francija, na progi 4 Ukrajina, proga 5 rezervirana za Veliko Britanijo in proga 6 Španija.
Well, they're coming out towards 300 or so meters in. Current leaders, Ukraine out in front. Not by much, though. Great Britain hot on their heels. It's going to be interesting to see how these boats start thinking about striding down for the middle 1,000. We're looking here at Great Britain, Samuel Murray and Annabelle Caddick. They're in lane 5, currently ticking it over at 34 strokes a minute, underrating the closest competitors by 2 pips. The rest up there at 35, 36. So we'll see how that works out for them now as we come up towards the 500-meter mark. Great Britain out in front. They look to have extended to nearly half a length over France. France led their Ukraine currently in second, led there by Stanislav Samolyuk. They were bronze medalists at Rachitse World Championships last year. Look to be pulling level with Great Britain as we go through the 500. Half a length up on France, stroked by Laurent Cadeau, who's the world champion from this boat class of last year. Now joined by Guilhem Marchand in the bow seat. So we'll see how these leading 3 battle it out. The early fast start from the Israelis seems to have dwindled slightly, and they're dropping back to a length down on the leaders. So Ukraine trying to push through and take the lead from Great Britain as we come up towards 600 meters in, not managing to leave behind France. Good rhythm in all of these boats as they've strode down. Great Britain now to 32, France to 33, and lots of work still to put in. Great Britain, a new force here in this boat class, making their debut. Annabelle Caddick and Samuel Murray, coached by Nick Baker. But look at the French boat starting to move up now. They're at 35 strokes a minute. Laurent Cadeau trying to build the momentum and see them push through Ukraine and Great Britain. Tough work out there. These are the leading 3 boats at the moment, Camilla. Do you think that Israel stand a chance getting back into contention for the medals?
Do you know what? I don't know if Great Britain were keeping their powder dry through the preliminaries as they finished well down the order, but so currently here contending for a medal, and as you say, having kind of led out, and this group of 3 pushing out from Israel and continuing to move. So I think Israel would have to respond fast in order to be able to cling on to the podium. But this is a wonderful race here for such a kind of developing category that will be part of the Paralympic Games in Paris for the first time next year. We've got a 3-boat race for gold here. I could almost draw a line across the bow balls between Great Britain, Ukraine and France. Of course, last year's World Championships would have France penned as favourites here, but Ukraine certainly don't want to let the records on paper get in the way of a performance here at the European Championships, and they are really firing on all cylinders here through the 3rd quarter. Great Britain, who had a great start, just slipping back into bronze medal position and could end up, as you say, Pete, back into the jaws of the Israeli boat on the far side. But this fight for gold now, I think, starting to drop Great Britain. It's now all about Ukraine and France. A really patient move there by the French. Cadeau knows what it's like to stand on top of the podium as a gold medalist, and joined by new partner, as we've said, Marchand in the bow seat. It's a really impressive performance through this middle part of the race for them. But Ukraine certainly still within touch. They've still got a whole heap of overlap there in the silver medal position, and they'll want to be in a really great spot, ready to open out a sprint in the final 500 metres. Great Britain still leading the crew from Israel in bronze medal position. Israel in fourth. It's then the crew from Spain in lane number 6 that contend for fifth, ahead of Italy in sixth. But wow, the French really now wanting to cut off the rest of the podium. They've made a remarkable move here with 750 to go, and I think starting to shake off those Ukrainians, Richie.
Yeah, really solid 500 metres there from the French crew to move into the lead ahead of Ukraine and the early leaders GB. So showing their form here. I would have thought that maybe a world best time might be in order with the tailwind that we had in the last few races. But if anything, it's turned into a slight headwind here at the 500 metre mark. They're going to come into that cushion of steady water after the lake opens out here coming into the 500 metre mark. So let's see what they can do from a timing point of view. But they're just opening up now a little bit of clear water ahead of the Ukrainians going through 500. Another squeeze coming on here from France, up at 35 strokes per minute, and rowing very well. Fastest boat out on the water there. The Ukrainians, they know they need to go now if they're going to get into contention for the gold medal, and they're pushing on and trying to get back into that overlap. They're taking with them GB right beside them in the nearest lane. So all of the action 3, 4 and 5 centre of the course. The Israeli crew powering on as well and trying to get back in touch with Great Britain for that bronze medal, but at the moment it looks like it might be too much to do in the run-in towards the finish. But what a display of rowing here from France, leading it out, coming up into the 1500 metre mark. They've powered on now and they continue to move away from the chasing pack. Ukraine, I think, might not have enough water left to come mount a challenge here. So Pete, coming into view, the PR3 Mixed double, it looks like that gold medal is heading the way of France.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it, Richie? I mean, Laurent Cadeau, she's the reigning world champion from last year, bronze medalist when she doubled up into the mixed four. An impressive athlete, joined by Guillaume Marchand, leading the way. Question is, can Great Britain do anything to try and contest silver? I think Ukraine have put in a bit of a surge here, going to 36 and are pulling away. So Ukraine on the big screen here looking good for silver. I think Great Britain have slowed ever so slightly. They're down to 29, 30 strokes a minute. They'll need to make sure they don't get rowed through by Israel, who are trying to come up on the tower side of the course.
Zadnja paradisciplina danes se izteka po željah Francozov. Oba veslača sta okusila že slast zmagovalnega odra in zdaj le takole prepričljivo prihajata v cilj kot zmagovalca, kot nova evropska prvaka.
Well, that was a big push from Ukraine. They got overlap again with France, but France are the European champions in the PR3 Mixed double. They take the gold medal ahead of Ukraine for silver, and Great Britain hold on for the bronze medal. What a result. That's the 1, 2, 3. Fourth place goes to Israel. Coming in for fifth place, we have on the grandstand side of the course, Spain, and on the tower side of the course, Italy for sixth place. But European champions, France, they completed that course in 7:35.81. The victory ceremony for the PR1 Women's Single Sculls.
Podelitev medalj za para ženske enojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
World Rowing President
predsednik Svetovne veslaške organizacije.
Jean-Christophe Rolland, accompanied by
Spremlja ga
Mayor of Bled Municipality
župan občine Bled, Anton Mežan.
winner of the bronze medal, representing France,
Dobitnica bronaste medalje, ki zastopa Francijo.
Nathalie Benoit.
Okay, we got pictures now. And now gifts. Okay, stand by with silver. Go silver.
Winner of the silver medal, representing Israel,
Dobitnica srebrne medalje, ki zastopa Izrael.
Moran Samuel.
Stand by for gold. And go gold.
Winner of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champion, representing Norway,
Dobitnica zlate medalje in evropska prvakinja 2023, ki zastopa Norveško.
Birgit Skarstein.
Stand by anthem. Stand by anthem. Gift coming. Yeah. No, sorry, because I'm just making sure that everyone's ready here. Okay, ready? Let me know when gifts in. I can see it now. It's a very cute little gift.
Norway,
Yeah, Norway.
last check.
And go announcements.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Norway.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Norveške.
Ladies and gents, let's hear it for our medalists. Next race on the course, it's time now for the A final of the women's quadruple sculls. Germany, Ukraine, Great Britain, Netherlands, Switzerland and Italy.
Lepo je videti nasmejane obraze na zmagovalnem odru in katerimi posadki se bo zdaj le smejalo najbolj med dvojnimi četverci za ženske.
Lane 1, representing Germany, Sarah Wieberens, Pia Greiten, Frauke Hundling and Tabea Schendekeel. Lane 2 for Ukraine, Darina Verkoliad, Natalia Dovodko, Anastasia Kozhenkova and Katerina Dudchenko. Lane 3, representing Great Britain, Lauren Henry, Hannah Scott, Georgie Brayshaw and Lucy Glover. Lane 4 for the Netherlands, Martien Veldhuis, Lisa Skeinerd, Ilse Kolkman and Tessa Dullemans. Lane 5 for Switzerland, Salome Ulrich, Fabienne Schweitzer, Pascal Volker, Lisa Lurcher. And completing the field for Italy in 6, Valentina Iseppi, Veronica Lissi, Laura Mariano and Stefania Gobbi. They've just shot out of the blocks, so let's see who's making the best of this start for them. It's out in front at the moment, looks to be the Netherlands not by much. We're looking at them here on the big screen. Lisa Skeinerd in the 2 seat used to be the single sculler for the Dutch women's squad. She's now dropped in here in the centre powerhouse seats of 2 and 3 for the Dutch boat. That sees them take perhaps a canvas lead over what looks to be second place Switzerland at the moment, stroked by Lisa Lurcher. That Dutch boat, silver medalists at the World Championships, Tessa Dullemans and Ilse Kolkman in the stern pair. They're looking to go out at pace here. 38 strokes a minute, trying to establish a bit more of a lead. The rest of the field pretty much level.
Ja, Nizozemke so najhitreje začele, sicer lani druge na Evropskem prvenstvu, morda odločene, da tokrat posežejo višje, torej po zlati medalji, ki jo sicer zaenkrat še držijo v rokah Britanke, sicer tokrat na Bledu v nekoliko spremenjeni postavi. Le Brejšova je ostala od lanske zmagovalne ekipe, ki je osvojila evropsko krono. Lani tretje Ukrajinke, katere pa bodo letos na tretjem mestu, bomo videli že čez nekaj minut.
Well, they're coming up to 500 metres in, so we'll get some splits to see how they're doing for pace. Fast conditions here on Lake Bled this weekend with that easterly tailwind. It's almost a direct tailwind at the moment, and it's slightly gustier than it was for the last couple of days. So we've seen a few best times drop already, but now starting to push for to contest that lead. It looks as though Great Britain are trying to get into this battle, as are Ukraine, but the Dutch still out in front. A real class act from them so far. Martien Veldhuis was previously, I believe, in the lightweight single, now in the bow seat of this Dutch boat. So cobbled together, but they're certainly finding pace and working well as a unit. And that is in lane 2, Ukraine now contesting for the front of the field. Katarzyna Dudchenko, they were the gold medalists at the Zagreb World Cup a few weeks ago. They missed out on the medals at the World Championships last year, taking 4th place, but they've now pushed up to nearly a canvas on the Netherlands, flanking either side Great Britain in the middle, who were bronze medalists in Rachice, Lucy Glover and Georgie Brayshaw in the stern pair. So we'll see what happens as they approach halfway, where they're coming into sight of Camilla.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, with the absence of last year's world champions, China, of course, with this being an all-European affair, the door is open here for somebody to mark their campaign on this next Olympiad. And the early showers, Netherlands, now starting to be broken down by the crews that sit to their right. Great Britain and Ukraine are really flying here, especially Ukraine, who have taken the second 500 metres fully in their stride. They've got the wind with them, and they've now taken a quarter of a length over the Netherlands. This would be a really huge performance from them. Confidence gain from that gold medal at World Cup 1 in Zagreb, and they would beat 2 podium places at the World Championships last year. However, let's not write off Great Britain. We saw a big move from them as they moved into the 1,000 and the third 500 in the opening heat, and I suspect more to come from them in this second half of the race. The current gold, silver, bronze, Ukraine, Netherlands and Great Britain currently in podium placings. Clear water back then to the Italians that run in 4th. It's Switzerland in 5th and Germany in 6th. But this fight for the medals is just going to get hotter and hotter. 750 metres to go. All eyes in on the Dutch boat. Dullemans, Kolkman, Skeinerd and Veldhuis. The lightweight in the bow seat, Martina Veldhuis, takes a little look. She grants herself a peek at Ukraine to see they're still well within grasp, but Ukraine leading the way to a gold medal here at the European Championships, Richie.
Yes, this Ukrainian crew down at 36 strokes per minute, so they're putting it all in the water to move into the lead ahead of the Dutch crew. And GB holding on to the bronze medal position at the moment. And we've said that what a turn-up this would be. The GB and Netherlands crew both coming through the heats and directly into the final. The other crews coming through the repechage, where Ukraine were the winners of their rep. And they're going to form here as well, because coming through 500, they're leading it out just ahead of the Dutch crew. It's only a canvas, and in turn they have a canvas over GB, so all to play for those gold, silver and bronze medals. And then the Italian crew going quite well in fourth as well. They're within striking distance of the bronze medal. Beside them, the Swiss crew staying in touch as well with an overlap. Germany out there on their own in lane number 1 have a little bit of work to do to get back into contention, but it's going to be interesting to see what the Italians can do to get back and maybe challenge for that bronze medal. Up at the front, it's still the Ukrainian crew just about leading it here. They've taken it up to 38, Pete, and the Netherlands crew are trying to get back in touch. But really impressive rowing here from the Ukrainians, coming off that win in World Cup 1 and leading this one out. The gold is in with their grasp.
Yeah, this is a great race so far. The Dutch clawing back on Ukraine to try and retake the lead. Ukraine at 39, the Dutch at 39, Great Britain at 38. This is a battle for medals. Clear water margin back then to 4th place. I can't see Germany getting back in the action. I think it's going to be this leading trio of Ukraine, Netherlands and Great Britain for the medals. But which colour?
Kakšen dvoboj med ukrajinsko in pa nizozemsko posadko. Torej, vse 3 kandidatke za medalje so zdajle v igri. Tudi, da letos ponovijo lanske uspehe oziroma da se karte nekoliko premešajo. Kako?
Ukraine find another gear. Dudchenko takes them up to 42 strokes a minute to try and fend off the Netherlands. Last couple of strokes, the positions aren't going to change. Ukraine, European champions. Half a length on silver for the Netherlands. 3/4 of a length back to Great Britain for bronze. And then, goodness, that was tight across the line. 4th place, I think, was Italy. And then I'll call it as 5th place Germany, 6th place Switzerland. We'll wait for the official results to split those out. But the medal winners, Ukraine, gold in 6, 19, 12. Netherlands take the silver and Great Britain the bronze.
Ja, to daje čar veslanju, torej takšnile dvoboji, troboji za zmago, za medalje. Ukrajina in pa Nizozemska sta se udarili za zlato, ampak na koncu Ukrajinke so uspele zadržati svojo prednost, odbiti napad Nizozemk, no, medtem ko se bodo trenutno še evropske prvakinje, velike predstavnice Velike Britanije morale zadovoljiti z bronom.
The victory ceremony for the PR3 Mixed Double Sculls.
Podelitev medalj za para mešane dvojne dvojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Board Member
član Evropske veslaške zveze.
Asuncion Lorente Perez, accompanied by
Spremlja ga
2023 European Rowing Championships Race Director
Direktor tekmovanja Evropsko prvenstvo Bled 2023, Vladimir Meglič.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Dobitnika bronaste medalje.
Great Britain! Great Britain, represented by
Veliko Britanijo zastopata
Annabelle Caddick. And Samuel Murray.
France might be in the wrong order. It's man first, that woman. Gift to gift. Number 2. Okay. And go silver.
Winners of the silver medal.
dobitnika srebrne medalje.
Ukraine! Ukraine, represented by
Ukrajino zastopata
Daria Kotik. And Stanislav Samolyuk. Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champions.
dobitnika zlate medalje in evropska prvaka 2023.
France. France, represented by
Francijo zastopata
Laurent Cadeau. And Ghislaine Marchand.
Okay. Gift.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of France.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Francije.
Let's hear it, folks, for our medalists. Next race up, then, it's the A final for the men's quadruple sculls. Ukraine, Romania, Great Britain, Netherlands, Poland and Italy.
Naslednji finale A za moške dvojne četverce.
Lane 1, we have Ukraine, stroked by Ivan Dovgodko. Lane 2, Romania, stroked by Marian Inache. Lane 3, Great Britain, stroked by Tom Barras. Lane 4, the Netherlands, stroked by Koen Metzimakers. Lane 5, Poland, stroked by Fabian Barański. And completing the field in lane 6 for Italy, we have Giacomo Gentili in the stroke seat. Here we go, we're underway with the A final of the men's quadruple sculls. Good to see Koen Metzimakers and Tony Vieten back in the stern pair of that Dutch boat. They set the world best time at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games of 5:32.03. That's the time to beat. They're back in a centre lane here and hot competition flanking them on either side, Great Britain and Poland. Lots of high-caliber athletes out there on the water. Let's see how they get into this race rhythm. Poland still up there at 48 strokes a minute, an absolutely hammering pace at the front of the field. Not managing to break away, though, because it's Italy out in front by a bow ball. You can see these beautiful pictures here. Giacomo Gentili holding them at 42, and the pace is coming with it. Earlier rounds, they had Simon Venier subbing in for Luca Chiumento. I'm pleased to report that Luca Chiumento's back in the boat, and they are absolutely shifting. They're a bow ball in front of Poland, but the field starting to spread out now. It looks as though the Netherlands currently riding in third, ahead of fourth place Ukraine, and then fifth place Great Britain and sixth place Romania. That's the current 1, 2, 3, but you can see from this beautiful overhead drone shot that there's not much separating them. They're all within reach of each other. 6 boats separated by 1 boat length. Impressive stuff. We're coming up towards 500 meters.
Poljaki so v prvih metrih prevzeli pobudo v tem finalu, imajo tudi slavljenca, namreč Fabian Barański danes slavi rojstni dan, 24. rojstni dan. Sicer pa imamo v tej konkurenci še ukrajinsko posadko, romunsko, britansko, potem nizozemsko tudi z 2 članoma olimpijskih prvakov. Torej v posadke, ki je osvojila olimpijski naslov, pa italijansko posadko, ki brani naslov evropske prvakinje.
Well, they're through 600 meters now. Poland starting to just edge ahead of Italy towards 750. I wonder if we're going to see a response from Italy and the Dutch. Now they're starting to find their rhythm. 38 strokes a minute, and they're starting to pull back up on Italy as well, going through with Poland. So we'll see how this pans out. We're just passing 750, and that means we're into sight of Camilla. Camilla, these conditions, we were talking about them earlier, a bit bouncy. These quads, I can see them bouncing around a little bit on the great pictures we've got on the video here.
Yeah, and certainly just as you've said that, one of those huge gusts has pushed in, that big tailwind that these quads are going to be getting. It will make the water that little bit bouncier, but it seems to be a breeze here for the Polish crew. The second quarter of the race has allowed them to unveil that World Championship winning form that they managed to execute last year in Racice. Another medaling crew from that World Championships, Italy. Great to see them up here after the disruption that they've had through this regatta. Luca Chiumento, as Pete has mentioned already, returning to this crew, but they sit level with the Dutch in silver medal position. They're 3/4 of a length back on Poland in gold medal through the 1,000 metres. Great Britain also with overlap on this race for silver. They've got about 3/4 of a length if they want to draw level with the Dutch and Italy, but certainly we know that this is the space in the race that the British tend to move, so we'll keep an eye on them as well. Ukraine not too far off too. They're about 3/4 of a length down on Great Britain, and Romania only 1/4 of a length off the Ukrainians. So again, you could throw a blanket over this field. A wonderful A final here in the men's quadruple sculls. But Poland continue to make headway into the final part of this race. 3/4 of a length and stretching now over Italy and the Netherlands. But I think the Dutch have decided that they don't want Italy within eye line. It's Koen Metzimakers in the stroke seat, the Olympic champion, backed up by Tony Vieten in the 3 seat that start to charge now. Richie, they're heading towards you.
What an exciting race we have in prospect here. All of the action is on the grandstand side, furthest away from me here at the 500 metre mark on the island. Poland doing all the running just in the last 500 metres. They've opened up lead now ahead of the crew from the Netherlands, who in turn are pushing away from the Italian crew in third place. They're the 1, 2 and 3 on the grandstand side. Nearest to me then, the crews from GB in fourth place at the moment, ahead of Ukraine in fifth and Romania in sixth, all overlapping, so all within striking distance as we come down to the last 500 in this final of the men's quadruple sculls. The Polish crew, Fabian Baranski, his birthday is today, so what a birthday it would be for him, in the stroke seat, dishing it out there for his crew in Zizarski in the 3 seat, Biskup in 2, and Szaka in the bow seat for Poland. World champions, of course, in Racice last year, and the informed crew here, and I think they might have done enough over the last 500-600 metres in coming in towards the finish. Gold medal in grasp for those crews. Netherlands still holding off the challenge, but the Italians within striking distance. 42 strokes per minute for the Netherlands. They're really pushing to try get back into contention for the gold medal, and they're taking the Italians with them. They've taken it up to 42 as well. Pete, great rowing here from the Polish crew, and it looks like that gold is on its way to their crew.
Coming to the last 100 metres now. Look at this. Poland out in front. Fabian Baranski in the stroke seat. It's his birthday today, and he's going to have a European Championship title to take home.
Ja, kakšno darilo so Poljaki priveslali svojemu članu Fabianu Baranskemu, evropski naslov.
Poland are going to take the win. They cross the line ahead of the Netherlands, and then a canvas back to Italy. That's the 1, 2, 3. Poland, gold medal, European champions. Silver medal goes to the Netherlands and bronze to Italy. What a performance there. Fourth place, Great Britain, ahead of fifth place, Romania, and sixth place, Ukraine. So a fantastic performance from Poland sees them take the gold, silver to the Netherlands, and bronze to Italy. The victory ceremony for the women's quadruple sculls.
Podelitev medalj za ženske dvojne četverce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Board member
član Evropske veslaške zveze.
Dusan Makarček, accompanied by
Spremlja ga
2023 European Rowing Championships race director,
direktor tekmovanja Evropskega prvenstva 2023, Vladimir Meglič.
winners of the bronze medal.
Dobitnice bronaste medalje.
Great Britain! Great Britain, represented by
Veliko Britanijo zastopajo
Lauren Henry, Hannah Scott, Georgina Brayshaw, and Lucy Glover.
Next gifts. silver. And go silver.
Winners of the silver medal,
Dobitnice srebrne medalje.
the Netherlands. The Netherlands, represented by
Nizozemsko zastopajo
Martien Veldhuis, Lisa Skynerd, Ilse Kolkman, and Tessa Doulemans.
Stand by gifts. Go gifts.
Check on the other get perfect.
Okay, go.
Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European Rowing Champions,
dobitnice zlate medalje in evropske prvakinje za leto 2023.
Ukraine. Ukraine, represented by
Ukrajino zastopajo
Darina Verkogliad, Natalia Dovgodko, Anastasia Kozhenkova, and Katerina Dudchenko.
Okay, stand by for announcement for anthems and fade out music and go announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Ukraine.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Ukrajine.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
Just in here, so Villy, just here, and then I'll tell you when to open them.
Next race up, it's the A final for the lightweight women's double sculls. Ireland, Greece, Great Britain, France, Poland and Switzerland.
Naslednji A finale za lahke ženske dvojne dvojce, v tem finalu pa Irska, Grčija, Velika Britanija, Francija, Poljska in Švica.
Lane 1 representing Ireland, Aoife Casey and Margaret Kremen. In lane 2 for Greece, Dimitra Kontu and Zoe Fitzhugh.
I need to see these pictures. Please stop messing with the pictures.
Lane 3 for Great Britain, Emily Craig and Imogen Grant. In lane 4 for France, Laura Tarantola and Claire Beauvais. In lane 5 for Poland, Martina Radosz and Katarzyna Welner. And in lane 6 for Switzerland, Patricia Merz and Frederique Roll. Here we go, we're underway with the A final for the lightweight women's double sculls. Hot competition in this boat category, as always. Fierce fighting on the water for every inch of advantage that they might concede. But we'll see who gets off to the best start here. Trading places on every stroke, as you'd expect, through the first 50 to 100 metres. But highest rating out there from the Irish, up over 50 strokes a minute, whilst everybody else is down in the low 40s. But they're holding pace with the Greeks alongside in that fast-moving Greek boat. Zoe Fitzhugh in the stroke seat there. We were introduced to her as she made waves in the Coastal Championships edition of rowing. So no stranger to bouncy water. She'll need that experience here in this middle thousand, as we've heard the conditions are deceptively harder than they appear. Looking here, though, at the Polish crew, who are doing their best to break away from the rest of the field. They're the early leaders at the moment, ticking away at 39 strokes a minute. Not by much, though, because Great Britain, the reigning European and world champions, Emily Craig and Imogen Grant, are starting to find their pace. They've drawn level now with the poles at the front of the field, a canvas up on the levelled Greek and France boats, currently battling for third and fourth.
Poljakinji in pa Grkinji sta se najhitreje zagnali proti cilju, sicer pa imamo tukaj na progi 3 Britanki, ki branita naslov evropskih prvakinj. Francozinji sta bili lani srebrni, tako da verjetno v ospredju ti dve posadki.
Well, they're coming to 500 in now, so they're well past their starting sprint, and they'll be looking to settle into their rhythm now. Great Britain now surging out in front, nearly half a length up on Poland, so it's a good first 500 for Craig and Grant. We'll see what we get from France, though. The Olympic silver medalists from Tokyo, Beauvais and Tarantola, they're starting to move up and draw level with Poland. So the battle for silver is on, and nobody's leaving behind Greece, because Greece are going with them as well. So three boats in unison for silver and bronze as it stands at the moment. Great Britain have the slightly better boat speed, so continuing to pull away at the front of the field, underrating the rest of the field by 1 to 2 pips. So Craig and Grant now nearly a full length on this battle for silver and bronze. Now approaching 700 metres in. I don't want to discount the other two boats out there. Ireland not far off the pace. They're only half a length down on that battle for bronze, and we could see a strong showing from Kremen and Casey. They were bronze medalists at the World Championships last year in Rachice, so we must not discount them as yet. They're up there at 39 strokes a minute, putting in a bit of a push here, I think, to try and get back on terms, and they do so. They're now nearly level for bronze medal position with Greece, France and Poland. Camilla, this is going to be an absolute nail-biter all the way down.
It really is. Casey and Kremen have got the bit between their teeth. They're always fast finishers, as we saw at last year's European Championships and indeed the Worlds as well. But look at this performance here from Great Britain. They are really gliding forwards. They're at 34 strokes a minute. They're underrating the rest of their counterparts out here on the water, and it certainly looks like that visually. The scene has much changed here up at the 1,000 metres. It's much chillier and much windier, and so they're having to use this huge tailwind through this second quarter, and the Greeks doing extremely well, as you predicted, Pete. Zoe Fitsu having to use some of that coastal experience perhaps through this wind, but they've moved into silver medal ahead of the Olympic silver medalist France. Now, France through the heat, they had to push past Poland. They had a very tough race in the second half to try and qualify in that top spot, but they've moved through Poland earlier at this point, and they sit now in bronze medal position, just half a length up on the Polish. But this race between France and Greece for silver medal, Poland still not out of it, is going to go right down to the wire. But Great Britain just sitting above it all, really, really calm. Imogen Grant in the stroke seats, just keeping at that rhythmical 34 strokes a minute, backed up by Craig in the bow seat. Emily Craig said the toughest part of her season is always training in the British conditions. And again, training through those conditions, very useful when you come to this bumpier water here on Lake Bled. But they're now clear water up on this really kind of impending fight here for the silver medal. Still with the Greeks at the moment, Fitsu and Kontu, but France not letting go, trying to grab hold of that silver medal with both hands here, Richie.
Yeah, it looks like a tale of three races here, with GB out in front, well ahead of the competitors then for the silver and bronze, Greece and France, and then Ireland and Poland having a real tussle as well for fourth and fifth. The Swiss crew just a little bit further back in sixth place at the moment as they approach the 500 metre mark. They're using that strong tailwind that we have to push the boats down, so it'll be great to see what times these crews come out with, especially when we get the run into the finish and they wind up for the line. So the medals at the moment, it's GB leading it out, coming through 500 in control, that magic 34-35 rate. They've opened up clear water now ahead of the crew from Greece, who just have half a canvas over the crew from France in third place at the moment, and then over to the crews from Poland and Greece. Poland and Ireland battling it out. The Irish crew just here beside me, bronze medalists we mentioned. They do always put in a sprint finish, so to be seen, can the Irish crew get back into contention and push past the Polish crew to move into fourth and then get challenged up. But I really think the Greek and French crews have more than enough of a lead to secure a bit of a cushion there when they come in to run the finish for silver and bronze. No doubt about the leaders though. Great Britain out in their front there, Imogen Grant in the stroke seat, being backed up by Emily Craig in the bow seat. A real class of their own from the European and World Champions leading this one out. Pete, the gold medal looks secure, but a real battle here between second and third, between Greece and France. I'm not able to call it. I leave it up to you and that photo finish.
Yeah, I tell you what, Great Britain continue to pull away, making the better boat speed at 36 strokes a minute, underrating the others by 3 strokes per minute. Greece currently riding in second, not by much though, just a nose ahead of France. I can't see these two getting reeled in by Ireland at this stage, but Poland are in with a chance, currently in fourth place on the grandstand side of the course. They could well pull up alongside Greece and France into the last 100 metres.
Emily Craig in Imogen Grant sta na dobri poti, da pospravita v žep še eno zlato evropsko medaljo. Blizu pa sta tudi Grkinji in Francozinji.
Here we go, last few strokes. Emily Craig and Imogen Grant for Great Britain are European champions in the lightweight women's double sculls. Silver goes to Zoe Fitsu and Dimitra Kontu for Greece, and bronze goes to France's Tarantola and Beauvais. What a fantastic performance for them. Fourth place Poland, fifth Ireland, and sixth place Switzerland. The victory ceremony for the men's quadruple sculls.
Podelitev medalj za moške dvojne četverce.
Yeah, we can see we've got close-ups. Go represented by
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Honorary President
častni predsednik Evropske veslaške zveze.
Richard Stadniuk, accompanied by
Spremljala ga bo
Director of Slovenian Tourist Board
direktorica Slovenske turistične organizacije, magistrica Maja Pak.
okay. Go announcement.
winners of the bronze medal.
Dobitniki bronaste medalje.
Italy! Italy represented by
Italijo zastopajo
Carucci Nicolo, Andrea Panizza, Luca Chiumento, and Giacomo Gentili.
Next up is gifts. Okay. Stand by announcement. And go.
Winners of the silver medal.
dobitniki srebrne medalje.
The Netherlands!
Okay. Okay.
The Netherlands represented by
Nizozemsko zastopajo
Finn Florijn,
No, it's okay.
Simon van Dorp, Tone Vieten, and Koen Metzemakers. Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European Rowing Champions,
dobitniki zlate medalje in evropski prvaki za leto 2023.
Poland! Poland represented by
Poljsko zastopajo
Dominik Chaha, Mateusz Biskup, Miroslav Zitarski, and Fabian Barański.
Waiting for gifts. Stand by for national anthem and announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Poland.
dame in gospodje, državna himna Poljske.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Next race on the course then, it's the A final of the lightweight men's double sculls. Hugh Moore and Fintan McCarthy for Ireland in lane 1, Petros Karatzis and Antonios Papakonstantinou for Greece in 2, Jiří Simonek and Miroslav Rastil for the Czech Republic in 3, Jan Schäuble and Rafael Ahumada Ireland for Switzerland in 4, Stefano Oppo and Gabriel Suarez of Italy in 5, and completing the field for Ukraine in lane 6, Igor Khmara and Stanislav Kovalov.
Finale A lahkih moških dvojnih dvojcev z Ircema, Grkoma, Čehoma, Švicarjema, Italijanoma in pa Ukrajincema.
Here we go, we're underway. It's the A final for the lightweight men's double sculls. Not many of these crews are unchanged since last year. A lot of chopping and changing in the squads, trying to form the best lightweight men's doubles they possibly can. Like the women's, a very, very fiercely competitive category, and things usually come down to a matter of centimetres at the line. We frequently see photo finishes when it comes to lightweight events is what makes them so exciting. World best time to keep an eye out for, 6:05:33, set by Fintan McCarthy and Paul O'Donovan in the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games of 2021. Fintan McCarthy's in the stroke seat of the Irish boat here. We know he's a quick chap when he needs to be, now joined by Hugh Moore. And we'll see how they get themselves up to pace. Now that they're through 250, we can see that the field's starting to spread out slightly as they settle into their rhythms. Greece out in front, 40 strokes a minute, but as I say it, Schäuble and Ahumada Ireland for Switzerland now starting to push ahead, only by a canvas. So we'll see how things go now that they're up towards 400 metres in. Switzerland at 40 strokes a minute, the rest at 39. So they're all pretty much even for striking, and we'll see what that does for them coming up towards 500 now. It's the Swiss out in front, Greece in second, and can we pick a third place? Italy, I think, according to the data we're seeing here, but we'll rely on the official times as they come through 500.
Posadke so zdaj, ko se približujejo 500-metrski razdalji, še dokaj poravnane. Naj povem samo to, da naslov evropskih prvakov branita Irca. Fintan McCarthy je lani osvojil naslov evropskega prvaka skupaj s Paulom O'Donovanom, tokrat vesla s Hugom Moorom. Bomo videli, kako ima bo šlo tukaj na Bledu.
Well, it's tight in these 4 centre lanes and not leaving behind Ukraine either. They're only half a length off the pace. But Switzerland out in front. We've then got Greece and followed by Italy. And they're only perhaps half a metre, if that, ahead of the Czech Republic boat. Miroslav Vrastil, Yuri Simonek. Miroslav Vrastil and Simonek were silver medalists at the Zagreb World Cup earlier this year. Vrastil also competes in Ironman World Championships. After the World Championships last year, he jumped straight on a plane to go and compete at the Ironman World Championships. So quite a formidable athlete. They're riding in 5th now, looking at the official data. But they're coming into sight of Camilla. Looks like a good start here for the Swiss.
A great start for the Swiss, and this combination of Schaubler and Ahumada have just been going from strength to strength the more time that they've been together, and we'll hear the cowbells sure enough in the final 500 metres. So they've made a great start here, leading out this very competitive lightweight men's double sculls final. Amazing to see Greece up here running in silver medal position. The Greeks have really turned up to this European Championships. We just saw a sensational medal from them in the lightweight women's double sculls. Looks like the men seeking to replicate here through the 1,000 metres. It's Switzerland by almost a length now in gold medal position. Then the Greeks, they sit half a length up on the Italians in bronze medal position, but they are being loomed on by Ukraine and the Czech Republic, who are very close and still vying for a podium position. It's just Ireland all the way out on the tower side of the lake, McCarthy and Moore. It would be quite the downfall for Olympic champion Fintan McCarthy off the back of a gold medal at the World Championships to find themselves 6th within Europe. But at the moment, a steep mountain to climb in this second half of the race. But Switzerland, my word, against this really picturesque backdrop with the cowbells ringing, this is going to be some finish for them. I'm sure they've broken clear water. And I think that Schaubler and Ahumada are really just extending up and up through the season, looking to be European champions in this boat class. But the fight behind, Richie, I can barely choose between them. Who do you think's running for that silver medal?
It's a great crew up at per minute, just coming up towards the 500 meter mark, so I think they might have the upper hand at the moment, but I'd never rule out Oppo and Suarez of Italy to challenge in for the silver medal. In bronze medal position at the moment, coming through 500, just leading it out still, it is the crew from Switzerland. Really impressive with them, a fantastic row from them. Saw them fastest crew coming through the semi-finals. Great work being done by Ian Wright coaching in the Swiss setup there. Ahead now at the moment of the Greek crew in second place, with the Italians nipping at the heels of the Greek crew coming through into the last run into the finish. An unusual position for Fintan McCarthy to be in for the Irish crew, back in 6th at the moment, doing their best to get back to challenge with Ukraine in 5th place. But out there in gold medal position at the moment, it's still Switzerland leading this one out. The battle here is for the 2nd and 3rd place between Greece and Italy. They're matching each other on stroke rates. The Greek crew now taking it up to 40 strokes per minute. Italy down at 38, but now responding well. And Pete, coming into view here, the battle is going to be for the silver and bronze between Greece and Italy.
Yeah, there's nothing to split them here. Hey, Richie. I mean, we got the Greeks up at 41. We got the Italians at 40. The Italians are known for a very fast and high-rated finish, so we'll see whether that pans out now. They were 3rd through the 1,000, slipping into 2nd, but only by 0.2 of a second at 1,500. They're now creeping further and further ahead. The Greeks are responding. They've gone to 43, but the Swiss out in front. It's a cracking lead for them.
Ja, skoraj zagotovo lahko rečemo, da bomo dobili nove evropske prvake med lahkimi moškimi, dvojnimi dvojci. Tamle Italijana tudi nevarna. Lani sta bila druga, morda sta zdaj odločena, da posežeta po zlatu.
Switzerland are going to take the gold. They're European champions in the lightweight men's double sculls. Silver goes to Italy, bronze to Greece. And then 4th place, we have the Czech Republic ahead of 5th place Ukraine. And then crossing the line just behind them for 6th, we have Ireland. What a race that was. If there's any nation that I would not want to be in a sprint finish with, it is the fast-moving Italians. They just have a way of throwing the rating up and bringing the boat speed with it. And that was enough to push past Greece to solidify their silver medal behind Switzerland's gold.
Imamo torej nove evropske prvake oziroma nova evropska prvaka med lahkimi moškimi dvojnimi dvojci. To sta na koncu vendarle Švicarja, na drugem mestu Italijana in pa potem tretje mesto, bronasta medalja za Grčijo.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight women's double sculls.
Podelitev medalj za lahke ženske dvojne dvojce.
And go announcement.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European rowing president
predsednik Evropske veslaške zveze.
Anna Marie Phelps, accompanied by
Spremljajo
President of Rowing Slovenia and Bled Rowing Organising Committee,
predsednik Veslaške zveze Slovenije in organizacijskega odbora Jošt Dolničar.
Go announcement.
winners of the bronze medal,
Dobitnici bronaste medalje.
France. France represented by
Francijo zastopata
Laura Tarantola and Claire Beauvais.
Gifts coming. Go swan. It's not a swan, that's a duck. And go announcement.
Winners of the silver medal,
dobitnici srebrne medalje.
Greece. Greece represented by
Grčijo zastopata
Dimitra Eleni Kontu and Zoe Fitsu.
Gifts. Stand by gold. And go gold.
Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champions,
dobitnici zlate medalje in evropski prvakinji za leto 2023.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Veliko Britanijo zastopata
Imogen Grant and Emily Craig.
Stand by. And go announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Velike Britanije.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Next race on the course is the last A final of the day, the A final for the men's eights. Poland, Italy, Netherlands, Great Britain, Romania and Germany.
Za konec današnjega dne pa še poslastica finale A moških osmercev s Poljsko, Italijo, Nizozemsko, Veliko Britanijo, Romunijo in pa Nemčijo.
Lane 1, we have Poland, coxed by Tomasz Szczecinska, stroked by Oskar Strike, and in the bow seat, Adam Wozniak.
That's it?
No, keep going. We're just waiting for the broadcast to do the next one.
Italy are in lane 2, coxed by Alessandro Faella, stroked by Vincenzo Abagnale, and we have Matteo Della Valle in the bow seat.
Keep him in unless they start talking over.
Okay.
Lane 3, we have the Netherlands, coxed by Duke Vetter, Mick Macker in the stroke seat and Nicky van Sprang in the bow seat. Lane 4 for Great Britain, we have Henry Fieldman coxing, Tom Ford in the stroke seat and Rory Gibbs in the bow seat. Romania in lane 5, coxed by Adrian Munteanu, Florian Lahaci stroking and Mihaita Tiganescu in bow. In lane 6 we have Germany, coxed by Jonas Wiesen, stroked by Mark Kaman and Olaf Roggensack in the bows. There goes the buzzer. We're underway with the last race of the day here on day 3 at the 2023 European Rowing Championships, the men's 8. It's a formidable sight watching all of these 8. 6 of them set off all in unison, makes an amazing sound. If you haven't been to the start to watch 8 racing yet, maybe get down there tomorrow for the women's 8A final. Fantastic start across the board here. Let's see how we split them through the early stages. And just trying to poke their nose out at the moment, the Romanians. Powerful combination. Florin Lahaci stroking, but the big men in the 5 and 6 seats, Marius Kosmiuk and Sergei Beyan, they're the world champions from the men's pair last year. So they've been drafted into the 8, putting in a little bit more power into the middle seats there. But alongside Romania, we've got Great Britain, who are starting to build up here. They're the world champions from Rachice last year. Henry Fieldman subbing in for Harry Brightmore in the coxswain seat, but Tom Ford setting a great rhythm. 40 strokes a minute. They're now pulling out into the lead. So Great Britain finding their pace now, poking out canvas ahead of everyone else except Romania. So those 2 boats just out in front.
Po dobrem začetku Romunov pobudo prevzemajo Britanci, aktualni evropski prvaki v konkurenci moških osmercev v veslaški Formuli 1.
Here we go, coming through 500. Great Britain out in front, half a canvas up on Romania, and then just over a canvas down, we find the Netherlands. Mick Macker and Ralph Rinks in the stern pair. Many of this boat were silver medalists last year in Rachice, but they've subbed in the bronze medaling 4 to try and put a bit more power in there. Rick Rinks, Jan van der Bay, Ruben Knab, Sander de Graaf, and Ralph Rinks. It's a powerful force that they've brought in to try and see what they can do with this Dutch 8 this year. They are level with Romania, trailing behind Great Britain out at the front. That's the 1, 2, 3, and then we're about half a length back to Italy and Germany, tied for 4th and 5th. And then Poland just a little bit off the pace, most of them stepping up from under 23s into this senior category this year. Poland in 6th place. They're through 750, so let's jump to it. For the last time today, we're going to leave you in the capable hands of Camilla Hadland-Horrocks.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, the noise that you mentioned was added to by the crowds up here in Bled that are touching distance away from the athletes on the start line. A huge roar went off when the buzzer went for these men's 8. It's the world champions leading out Great Britain despite that change in the Cox's seat. Harry Brightmore out ill, and women's 8 Cox, Henry Fieldman stepping up, but they've not got so much to play with here in terms of distance. They're probably sitting, maybe a third of a length up on the Netherlands, if that. And in fact, the Dutch eating into that lead as we speak, now more like a canvas going through 1,000. The Dutch, who were second in the preliminary race, said far more to come. Nicky van Sprang in the bow seat certainly thought there was a better performance still in the tank here for this final, but they ride in silver medal position, playing second fiddle to the British, much like at the World Championships. For third, well, the Romanians keeping that speed that they built through the second 500 metres. A really big push from them. They're still up at 40 strokes a minute. We'd expect nothing less, and they ride in bronze medal position. It's the Germans back in 4th, fighting with the Italians, and then Poland in 6th. But it's all coming into alignment now. 750 metres to go. The Dutch are moving. Here come the Netherlands. Great Britain having to really hold their own here, Richie.
Yeah, the Dutch are the fastest crew on the water there at the last few hundred metres, and they're really piling on the pressure here for GB. The current leaders all the way from the start through the first 500, coming up on 500 to go now, and it's all to play for the 3 medals. It looks like it is going to be GB, Netherlands, Romania battling it out. The other crews not quite within striking distance, so it seems like it's down to these 3 coming through the 500 metre mark with very little between them. The Romanian up at 41 strokes per minute. The GB crew just taking back the lead now from the Dutch. They've responded to the threat, and they've just got a canvas coming through 500 metres. They've got a canvas over the Dutch, who in turn have just over a canvas with the Romanians in 3rd place at the moment. A little bit further back to the Germans in 4th. They're on the recovery, and here challenging for 4th place ahead of Italy, and the Poles back in 5th place. But all to play for here. I think the Netherlands are going to push again. They're trying to bring the rate up 39, 40 strokes per minute and pile on the pressure. But a really great race here from the GB crew. Harry Brightmore, Coxon there dishing it out as Tom Ford in the stroke seat, and they're responding to the threat. And I think, Pete, GB might hold on here, but look, the Netherlands coming back again up at 42, Pete. Who's going to get it? Is it going to be Netherlands or GB?
Oh, I don't know, Richie. This is so close. GB still at 40, the Dutch at 41, and Romania at 46. I don't know how they're doing that. Florian Lehachi throwing the kitchen sink at this last 200 metres. They've drawn level with Great Britain. We might see Romania surge through for the gold. It's absolutely neck and neck coming to the last 150.
Ja, tekma za nohte griste, tako napeta. Kdo bo torej prevzel evropsko krono v tej kraljevski veslaški disciplini?
Here we go. You can't separate them coming to the last 50 metres. I think Romania are just out in front. Great Britain trying to stay ahead of the Netherlands. We're going to have to call this across the line. It's absolutely surge of the stroke. I think that might have been Great Britain by a centimetre on the surge of the stroke, ahead of Romania for silver and the Netherlands for bronze. I can't believe it. We're going to have to wait for the official results to confirm that. That will be, if I'm not mistaken, a photo finish, because Romania looked ahead, but with one massive stroke from Great Britain, I think they just edged in. Official results trickling in now. Great Britain 5:28.09, Romania 5:28.14. So by 500ths of a second, Great Britain, European champions in the men's 8, silver to Romania, and the Netherlands bronze. One of the closest races I've seen in years, and it's here in the last race of the day at the 2023 European Rowing Championships. Great Britain will be delighted about that. They're the world champions of last year. Now they're European champions for 2023. An amazing performance from them. They've retained their European Championship title from 2022. So silver goes to Romania and bronze to the Netherlands.
No, tole pa je bila poslastica za prste oblistnici čisto na koncu današnjega tekmovalnega dne v kraljevski disciplini. Kakšen spektakel sta nam pripravili reprezentanci Velike Britanije in pa Romunije, pa tudi Nizozemci. Na nož je šlo vse do konca in zgolj 500 sekunde so Romuni zgrešili zlato medaljo, ki gre ponovno v roke Britancem. Izjemen troboj torej teh treh osmercev in resnično čudovit zaključek tega čudovitega dne.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's double sculls.
Podelitev medalj za lahke moške dvojne dvojce.
Go announcement.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Board member
član Evropske veslanške zveze.
Neville Tanzer, accompanied by
Spremlja ga
Vice President of Rowing Slovenia and the Organising Committee,
podpredsednik Veslanške zveze Slovenije in organizacijskega odbora Peter Pfeiffer.
And go bronze.
winners of the bronze medal,
Dobitnika bronaste medalje.
Greece. Greece represented by
Grčijo zastopata
Petros Gaidatsis and Antonios Papakonstantinou.
Okay, stand by silver. Go silver.
Winners of the silver medal,
dobitnika srebrne medalje.
Italy. Italy represented by
Italijo zastopata
Stefano Oppo and Gabriel Suarez.
Gift. And stand by. Gold, go gold.
Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European Rowing Champions,
dobitnika zlate medalje in evropska prvaka za leto 2023.
Switzerland. Switzerland represented by
Švico zastopata
Jan Schäuble and Rafael Ahumada Ireland.
Gift. Stand by announcement. And go announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Switzerland.
dame in gospodje, državna himna Švice.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
announcement and go announcement.
The victory ceremony for the men's 8.
Podelitev medalj za moške osmerce.
There's a lot of athletes. He looks like he's cramping up. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, they've just rode 2,000 meters in a final. Okay, go announcement.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Vice President
podpredsednik Evropske veslaške zveze.
Patrick Rombout, accompanied by
Spremlja ga
member of Rowing Slovenia Executive Board
članica izvršnega odbora Veslaške zveze Slovenije. Eva Škufca.
And go bronze.
winners of the bronze medal,
Dobitniki bronaste medalje.
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Nizozemsko zastopajo
Nicky van Sprang,
I love that name.
Rick Rinks,
Of what?
Jan van der Bay, Ruben Knab,
Yeah, well done.
Sander de Graaf, Jacob van der Kerkhoff, Ralph Rinks, Mick Macker, and Duca Fetter.
Stand by for gifts. Gifts. Whenever you're ready. I'm not, I'm not cueing you. It's just in my head, like what's going on. I know that they'll do it automatically. Uh-oh, we lost a duck. Discussion about that. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't have 8 in Zagreb. So this is for 8, he's saying.
Winners of the silver medal,
dobitniki srebrne medalje.
Romania. Romania represented by
Romunijo zastopajo
Mihaita Tiganescu, Ciprian Tudosa, Florin Arteni, Mugarel Vasily Semkyuk,
Yeah, we'll have to clarify it, right? But I think just when
Marius Kosmiuk,
and I'm not saying that that's not what
Sergiu Bayan, Stefan Berariu,
change anything out.
Florin Lahachi,
This is how that makes it, and this is how we'll have it.
and Adrian Munteanu.
Yeah. No, I guess so.
Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champions.
Dobitniki zlate medalje in evropski prvaki za leto 2023.
Great Britain! Great Britain, represented by
Veliko Britanijo zastopajo
Rory Gibbs, Morgan Boulding, Jacob Dawson, Thomas Digby, Charles Elwes, Sholto Carnegie, James Rudkin, Tom Ford, and Henry Fieldman.
Another discussion. Okay, standby announcement for anthems and going out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Velike Britanije.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Well, folks, I've barely caught my breath after that men's 8 final. That was so close. The photo finish was absolutely nothing separating Great Britain and Romania across the line. 0.05 of a second was the official time on the clock. But we're not done yet with this European Rowing Championships. We've got another full day to look forward to tomorrow. So make sure you're down here well in time for the start of racing at 9:15 tomorrow morning. We've got a couple of D finals, C finals to look forward to from 9:25. B finals from 9:40, and then we're underway with the A finals of the remaining boat classes from 10:51 until 1:41 before the closing ceremony of the European Rowing Championships. A cracking day of racing here, and lots more still to look forward to tomorrow. My name's Peter O'Hanlon. I've been your English-speaking tower announcer for the course of the week so far, with Natasha Mrak, our lovely Slovenian commentator, up here in the tower. And then we've had Camilla Hadland-Horrocks and Brian Ritchie Richardson out there on the course, bringing you all of the colour and spectacle. And on behalf of the whole sports presentation team, we just wanted to put out a huge thank you to all of the volunteers and officials. It's been going so swimmingly through the course of the week so far, and it's allowed the athletes to focus on what matters most. That's their racing, and allowing us to enjoy all of the competitiveness and great sportsmanship we've seen out there on the water. It's been a cracking championship so far. Lots to look forward to tomorrow. But for the time being, we're going to wish you a great afternoon and say goodbye for now. We'll see you for the start of racing at 9:15.
Ja, morda ste tudi vi še vedno napolnjeni z adrenalinom ob spremljanju zaključne tekme današnjega dne, torej moških osmercev, kjer je šlo res dobesedno za centimetre. Torej zgolj nekaj centimetrov je ločilo prve dve posadki, torej Romunijo in pa Veliko Britanijo, ki je torej ohranila svojo evropsko krono. Tudi sicer 9 novih evropskih prvakov oziroma prvakinj smo dobili danes. Jutri nas čakajo novi finalni obračuni. Začeli bomo ob 9:15 najprej s finali D za moške dvojne dvojce in pa moške enojce. Potem pa že prva poslastica za slovenske navijače, namreč v finalu C bosta ob 9:25 nastopila tudi Jaka Čas in pa Nik Krebs, ki se bosta seveda borila za čim boljšo uvrstitev na domačem evropskem prvenstvu. Sledijo finala B od 9:40 dalje, potem pa si nastavite ure na finalni del, ki se bo začel ob 10:51 s tekmo lahkih moških enojcev, in med to šesterico je tudi slovenski adut Rajko Hrvat. Sicer pa nas čaka jutri torej zadnji dan Evropskega prvenstva na Bledu, ki res mineva v enkratnem vzdušju, v izjemnih predstavah veslačic in veslačev, in pa tudi vreme nam gre na roko in verjamemo, da bo tako tudi jutri. Odpočijte si, naberite si svežih moči, sveže energije, da bomo jutri pospremili v cilj tudi nove prvake in pa prvakinje Evrope.